Help us break down this mystery. Grab a seat, we guarantee you're in wonderful company, unraveling these mysteries with Mr. and Mrs. E. With Mr. and Mrs. E.
Launch sequence activated. Prepare for light speed.
Keeping the missing relevant with Mr. E, Mrs. E. Let's not forget the sweet and E, and of course the best Grandy, unraveling these mysteries. Stay a while and share your thoughts. Help us break down this mystery. Grab a seat, we guarantee you're in wonderful company, unraveling these mysteries with Mr. and Mrs. E.
Auntie, is that you? Yes. Bring in the Crime Dawgs. It's time.
Unraveling these mysteries. Stay a while and share your thoughts. Help us break down this mystery. Grab a seat, we guarantee you're in wonderful company, unraveling these mysteries with Mr. and Mrs. E. Unraveling these mysteries with Mr. and Mrs. E.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Mr. E Crimecast. I am Mr. E.
What are you laughing about?
Just everybody dancing at the music. But I know I don't think we can ever get rid of that opening song, right? Like I'm like Pavlov's dog with it. Like it puts me in a good mood every time I hear it right before we start.
It
But
does.
I am Mr. E, joined by Mrs. E tonight, and our guest Auntie. Thank you for being here, Auntie. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Good. We we've been away a little bit, but we are excited to be here. This is tonight we're going to be discussing the Jack and Lilly case in Canada, missing people in general, and we've got good news tonight. So there's a reason for hope. I think hope is going to almost be sort of the theme a bit tonight. We haven't had a lot of those kind of stories covering true crime, but we had some unexpected good news. So we're going to get into all of that here momentarily. But just want to thank everybody for being here. We've got a few of our mods in. Real Me Too. Great to see you.
I lost you guys.
Oh yeah, Auntie is frozen on us.
Are you there?
You're frozen.
Yeah. You got a storm or anything?
Yeah. Are
Okay.
are you off? If glitching?
We've got a storm. Maybe it's us, but it looked like we were still going fine. Your camera just frozen for
I
a
don't know if
second.
I'm frozen, but you guys are.
Oh, we're
It
frozen
keeps
now?
rebooting.
Oh. Oh.
You guys that are out there, can you hear me, or is it just Mr. and Mrs. E?
Yeah.
I can't
Are
tell
we
because
all?
I'm not glitching to myself, but you guys are glitching and it's like coming in and out, like your internet's going in and out. But perfectly imperfect boys mom said you three are good on my end.
Okay.
I can hear you all. Maybe it's my internet.
You
or
just
your
froze up
internet.
for just a second from what I could see. But
Okay.
I think we're okay now.
Okay, good deal.
Maybe it was just a quick thing. You never know. I saw Roll Me Too. You said you were hoping the good news was about Middle E, but we really don't have any news about Middle E right now. We're basically just waiting for our next MRI, which we're just waiting. Now they are saying end of July, early August.
No, end of June, early July.
Oh, is that what he said? Oh, I thought
Oh,
it
wait,
was-
maybe
I thought
you know,
said
I
end-
didn't read the message, so I didn't comprehend it.
I think it's into July.
Think
Okay.
so.
Okay. Then you're probably right.
But anyway,
Okay. Well, then
I hadn't even heard that. So
well, it was yesterday when we were talking about it. Well, it's a long story, but anyway, they sent a message through our portal. So,
Gotcha.
and Middle E read it, and I didn't read it because he had it in front of him. And I thought he said late June, early July, but maybe I might be just misremembering.
I don't know.
That might have been just what I wanted. So,
You wanted it earlier.
I don't know.
I know.
It's hard to say.
I know.
I want to have it, and I don't want to have it. So
Well,
I'm still getting. You guys are still freezing up on my end.
you're frozen on our end, so it's you.
I don't know what's going on.
Now you're frozen
Check.
again.
I don't know.
Is Granny watching? Why don't you ask her?
I'm just getting a connection issue.
No,
I'm not sure.
you keep freezing
I don't know
up
what's
on our
going
end.
on. But
I
see,
mean-
you guys are freezing up to me as well, so I don't know what's going on. But I have full bars and everything on my internet. My Wi-Fi looks like it's up and running.
Yeah, I'm watching it on my phone also here, and you're freezing up occasionally.
It's you. I knew it.
I'm watching it on
Yeah,
my
I think
phone.
it's your internet, I believe.
Okay,
It's Get Lockard says it's you. So
Okay. Oh, Auntie is glitching. Well, I don't know. Not much we can
no,
do.
it's
I
okay.
suppose.
It's not your fault.
But it's not too severe. Just
Well, why don't we get busy and
sure.
say hello to our friends? And if you have not hit that like button, we would appreciate if you would do that. And if you have not subscribed, we'd appreciate that. And if you're interested in becoming a member of the channel to support us, the link is pinned at the top of the live stream of chat.
And we are planning on doing more videos and streaming in the future. We were kind of mapping that out today. So that is our
Well,
goal.
you can tell them our goal for tomorrow unless something crazy happens.
Yeah, I think we're going to do what we're planning on doing is doing a weekly true crime recap each week, and we're looking at doing that on Fridays, Friday afternoon. So we're looking at 1:00 tomorrow, where we will. I mean, this week is a great week to do it actually, because there's a ton that's been going on. We were talking about what we would stream about tonight, and we could have done several different cases. We just settled on this because of the news that has been coming through, and a few of these interviews that we haven't covered yet with Jack and Lilly. But and we could have done Karen Reed, we could have done Diddy, we could have done this political.
I'm interested in the Tyler Perry stuff.
Tyler Perry. I mean, there's a lot of really fascinating stuff. And so we'll have a lot to kind of recap. But what we plan on doing is just taking maybe 15 minutes, 20 minutes or so. We kind of go into each case, discuss it, and a little recap of what's been going on. So that's our plan to try to do that from now on.
I need to check with Aunt E because we didn't talk to her about this, but we are going to be doing a members only within the next week as well. And I think we're gonna do what we call the dog pound, which means we're gonna just talk about whatever our members want to talk about, but we're going to allow you guys to come up on the stream, and it'll be completely members only. Only members can see it. Only members can talk in it. So
Real Me Too is just over Karen Reed though. So there is a lot happening, but no more. It has been all over the place today. That's for sure. And then Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom. Let's see. Said, wait, Tyler Perry, what did he do?
Oh boy.
Yeah, that's a mess.
He's being sued.
Yes. The allegations are
for SH by a member or an actor from the Oval.
Yeah. So yeah, we'll go into all of that tomorrow, and
we're thinking around 1:00 our time, 2:00 her time.
Yeah, I think we're thinking 1 Central.
Yes.
1 p.m. Central. So
so we're just kind of going to touch on stuff and kind of give a recap of what's gone on this week.
Yeah. And it appears that it's my internet going in and out because it's going off and on my phone as well. So if I drop off, I am going to have to restart my router and everything. But I'll stay on as long as it stays on. So just so you know, if I drop off, that's what's going on.
You've had a lot of weird electrical stuff lately. So maybe.
Yes, very weird.
A few things. I'm getting ready to gift some memberships because I have 5 left. And I also wanted to point out that we are doing, for the very first time, we're doing a goal. It's a super chat goal. If you are interested in donating to the channel, you can do that with a super chat goal or gift memberships. But never done a goal before. Didn't really understand it. Took me a little bit to figure it out. But we decided to try that tonight.
And my provider is Spectrum. Somebody asked.
All right. And I have to go to the channel to gift the membership. So hold on 1 second and I'll gift some memberships real quick. How do I get
Bliss Blessing says it's great to see y'all. Honestly, I haven't followed this case close, but I cover them in prayer. So heartbreaking. Yeah, and I'll do a little bit of a recap when we get to that part too, just to kind of bring everybody up to speed, to where we are. But
okay, here's my 5 memberships. This is all I have left for the month. So enjoy. I hope everybody gets it. Oh, Senior Canine Mom. Great.
Always fun to do the free memberships there.
Thank you, Senior Canine Mom.
Oh, we got lots of people. Shutter Pie got a membership. Kim
French. Yay.
And Elizabeth. And Elizabeth is from Canada. Oh, Kim French is from Canada.
Yeah, I didn't realize that.
Hey.
So yeah, you guys have had a lot of news up there. More than you probably want with the missing kids, but good news though.
There's good news. Thank you, Senior Canine Mom, for the super chat. Prayers prayers here for all the missing kids. Thank you so much. That's very sweet of you.
So I want to start.
Oh, we have another one. I don't even understand how to do this. Coffee fund. We have
Oh.
Spectrum. It's awful. Mine was freezing all day at work, Auntie.
Thank you, Dreaming of Blue Skies. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Dreaming. That's sweet.
We are in the stage of weather where we have evening showers every day. We've had some weird electrical glitches the last few nights. So all of my fire alarms went off one night, and it set off my glass breaks, and it was insane here. My dog went insane, and it was horrible. So it's not surprising that the internet's going in and out too.
Well, thank you guys so much. It's very sweet of you. I feel like I can't be heard. I don't know why. I feel like I'm muted. I know I'm not, but I feel lower than normal.
Let's see, how does that look?
So you're going to do a case summary first?
I am a little bit here.
Okay.
So if you're not familiar with this case, we hadn't covered this yet. It's actually been very recent. But on Sunday, a little girl, a 3-year-old named Claire Bell, was reported missing by her mother. And she had posted a very bizarre kind of TikTok video. It looked like there was suspicion around her right away that something was wrong with her, some kind of mental instability. And so, of course, a massive search had been going on there in Quebec. And days had gone by. She ended up being arrested for child abandonment, with the little girl still not being found. And then on Wednesday, yesterday, actually right after she had been charged, I believe, or made her appearance in court, I think it was, just shortly after that, the little girl was found, and on the side of a highway in Ontario. So like a whole province away, and she's okay. She's safe and sound. So amazing, really. So let's just play. I want to play the news segment here, and they'll kind of summarize the story a bit, and then we'll go from there.
Donna, almost 72 hours after she first went missing, Claire Bell has been found a province away, alive and safe. Now police are among those celebrating the good news after 3 days of uncertainty. Bell was spotted alone on the side of a highway in eastern Ontario by an Ontario Provincial Police drone, about 100 kilometers west of where police began their search in Quebec. Officers say she was conscious when she was taken into the hands of paramedics and sent to a hospital.
And look how happy these guys are, because they've been searching for 3 days. And so I've been reading a bit about this. The searchers and everyone that's celebrating was pretty wild, because people 3 days in, you're not thinking you're finding the 3-year-old, but just these guys, I mean, you can see the joy.
Nearby. Authorities in Ontario got involved today after police spoke to a witness who said she had seen Claire and her mother Rachel Todd on Sunday afternoon. This is the 4th day more than 150 police resources have been searching this area west of Montreal for the little girl.
And you can see they're showing the TikTok video that was kind of bizarre that got everyone's attention. There's something not right there for sure.
Hi, Betty. Welcome in.
Oh, hey, Betty. Good to see you.
She was speaking with the police officer. She was alive. We provided some first aid in water and food for now, and she's been taken care by the paramedics. So the priority is just to make sure she is okay.
There are feelings of jubilation now for sure, but of course many more questions have now emerged. The main one, how does a 3-year-old girl end up all by herself on the side of the highway? Was she out there by herself without food and water for the past several days? Her mother, Rachel Todd, had another court appearance today where she is charged with child abandonment. She has another court appearance coming up this Friday and remains detained. But for now, a major sense of euphoria has struck this whole area as the best possible scenario has unfolded.
I mean, that's just fantastic, right?
Right. Let me fix that back so you can see us.
Oh yeah, I just pulled it down, but that's just. I mean, I don't know about you. Had you been following this case, Auntie? Did you know about it before?
No, I had heard about it, but I hadn't heard she'd been found until you told me that today.
I mean, once it got about 2 days in with a 3-year-old and the way the mom was acting, you just thought, oh no, they're looking for a 3-year-old out there, because even if they had a 3-year-old just abandoned anywhere.
She must have been pretty smart.
See, I don't.
3-year-old.
Well, I
I
don't
mean-
know. I mean, out by herself for 3 days.
I mean,
That doesn't seem likely to me. I don't know what do you guys think in chat? I'm not sure. I'm not sure I believe that part of the story.
So you're wondering if she was actually alone for the 3 days.
I'm wondering that's
Well,
my
yeah.
first. That's my gut.
didn't they say though that she told them that she stayed where her mom told her to stay?
Yes.
Yes. So
But I mean,
that's one report.
The thing is,
I don't
many
see
of
how
us
a
here have
child-
had children, and
I
especially
can't
a
imagine going
3-year-old.
3 days without water.
Oh,
yeah. So here's the
Kim French says, I believe she had no shoes on. Oh, she was outside for 3 days. Look at her clothes and her lips. Oh, okay.
So here's the quote that says, "I'm waiting for mom. She told me to wait for her," is reported by Radio Canada, CBC's French language branch. Mom told me to wait. The Journal de Montreal, a daily French language newspaper, reported the girl said. And then later, they ask officials about it and they won't talk about anything that she said. But that was apparently something they kind of overheard. So that's the report out there. So if that's the case, I mean, there could be something lost in translation, I suppose. Or they're misreporting, didn't hear what they thought they heard. But at least that's being said. And then I wanted
It's
to
awful. It's awful that she just left her. But I mean, maybe she left her because she felt like she was going to harm her, and she just wanted to get away from her as quickly as possible. I mean, it's obviously there's some mental state issues,
right?
And we're using the National Post here, by the way. But I also wanted to show this picture. I saw it near the bottom of the article. It says a bus of school kids cheer as they go by police command post west of Montreal, and lured toddler Claire Bell was found alive June 18th, 2025. So,
that's awesome. I mean,
it's just great. But this whole area, if you read through these articles, which I've read several, this was kind of one of those where the whole community was really rooting for this kid.
Oh, I think we all were. I mean, in all honesty, I didn't have a lot of hope because of after seeing the mom's TikTok, it was.
Did you see? Real Me
Very.
Too, he sent you a picture.
Okay, did you email it or did you text it? And Bullhorn Betty had a comment that's really good. I thought you might want to read.
Oh, sure. Let me go back. Okay, Bullhorn Betty says, just the thought of a child standing where their mother placed them as they watched their mother drive off. I just can't imagine that child and how that child must have felt. And they don't even really know. She's just following her mom's rules, thinking she's probably going to get in trouble if she leaves, and it gets dark.
Crazy.
Where's mom? I'm hungry. Just no telling what impact that'll have on her.
Okay, I'm going to try to get the picture pulled up.
What do you pull up?
Real Me Too sent me the picture of her when they found her.
Oh, the one where she's in the back of the truck or something?
I've got it. Hold on.
Yeah, I'd like to see it.
I'm trying to airdrop it. Hold on.
There was
It'll take me a second.
That's an incredible story, though, and so rarely do they turn out so good.
Yeah, I wanted to point this
there
out.
She is.
Okay.
Yeah, she's so cute. Look at those curls.
Oh, I know. Yeah, 3 days out in the wilderness, and she's still cute like that, right?
I mean, she looks
adorable.
She looks okay. I mean, of course, she looks exhausted, and I mean, just imagine if she truly stayed exactly where she put her. I mean, she had to lay down and sleep at night and everything. I mean, imagine how scared she must have been.
I can't. Yeah, the picture is overwhelming. Blessing. I agree with you, and I also agree with GTO guy. I can't get it to come up. What's going on? Okay.
Maybe I can do it. As my mom used to say, she ought to have her head examined.
I'm okay.
Oh yeah. I mean, this mother is in, I think she might have a mental illness situation. Obviously, you could see it in her eyes in that video.
What
you
was
know,
it
you
that
can
she
tell.
was saying in the video? Have you heard the video?
Yeah, it's
I'm glitching. I'm gonna have to go down and come back in.
okay.
Sorry.
You know, I was looking for it earlier and I couldn't find it. But yeah, she says something like
Oh, the TikTok?
yeah, the TikTok.
Deception Detective has it.
Yeah, it's titled something like when a mother is out of options or something like that. And it's threatening sounding, and she's holding that baby so close.
Yes, Kim, friend. She does look like Shirley Temple. Oh, okay.
Yeah, you can see
Sorry.
her lips are all
I'm
dried up.
here.
Yeah, she's
My
clearly
microphone's
dehydrated.
attached to his computer. That's why you can still hear me.
You know, the look of those clothing, of her clothing, that makes me think she actually was out there for 3 days.
Yeah, and you can
Yeah,
tell she,
you know,
she's wet herself. I mean, you can tell where she's like peed on herself because you can see how wet her pants are and everything.
And you know, the truth is I glanced at it. I didn't look at it closely. I just kind of saw it in passing. So that's my fault. But the thought of a 3-year-old doing what they're told and staying in place is just, I know my kids would have never done that.
Well, she said the mom did leave her with a lunchbox. I wonder what all was in it. They found her clutching the lunchbox.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, her lips
Oh
look
my
blistered.
gosh.
I never saw that detail about the lunchbox anywhere.
Oh my gosh.
But I'm sure it is because different people, you know, depending on the report you're reading, they'll catch different details. And there was one here. I hadn't seen this before. So down in this article, this is the Gazette. This is about halfway through this particular article. They say, hours before reporting her child missing, Todd had posted a video to her TikTok page. In it, she is seen holding the girl and saying to the camera, "You try that again, it's going to get ugly." Okay, so that's the TikTok video we were referring to earlier. But then it says this. Todd had also made concerning internet searches in the lead up to the girl's disappearance. First revealed via Journal de Montreal, the searches included funeral arrangements and children's urns.
Oh my stars.
So I hadn't seen that before.
But and then she also unalived the dog, correct?
Yes, I believe that's what they think.
And it just said, and what I found said the police searched for the family's pet Chihuahua discovered deceased near Highway 20 and 30, Interim, Quebec.
So how and why did she end up in Ontario? Why like that? Why that way?
It says they located her approximately 90 to 110 miles west of Montreal.
Oh. Well,
Highway 417 near St. Albert.
Well, there you go.
Oh, threw it out the window.
Oh, that's terrible.
So she may not meant to. Maybe she just wanted to get rid of it.
She seemed very erratic.
Yeah, I mean, she's in. Yeah.
It was a crazy video. Deception Detective has it.
There was also that said they're looking into a woman from a local farm who she reportedly encountered on Sunday. She may be a key witness.
Wow.
Bliss Blessing says the one that should have protected her the most failed her. Certainly true.
That's true. But the good news is she's here. And that is not usually the story we get to tell, right?
Right.
No.
And she was found, and that's a miracle. And we should all be thankful for that.
It is a miracle. 3 years old out there like that.
I would like to see if there's any court proceedings, that come of this,
That she didn't like step out into traffic or wild animals or just lay down somewhere and not have the energy to continue moving.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, anything could have. It's just.
Plunder has 8 hours of the mom's TikToks. Wow.
I wonder what they're like saying her main issue is. Because it's very
clearly has some mental issues for sure.
It says as of right now with the court developments that she appeared via video on Wednesday in Salaberry to Valleyfield. Her bail hearing initially set for Wednesday has been now postponed to Friday, June 20th. And it says that they're objecting bail, citing the seriousness of the child abandonment and saying that she should not get bail because of that. And there's no psychiatric evaluation that has been requested by either the court or the defense at this stage.
That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. JDR says that people are saying she's bipolar. I don't think that they've reported that anywhere, but I mean, that is kind of where my mind was going as well.
Mm-hmm.
Seems severe, whatever she's got going on. And someone else was saying, I hope Joanne McNeil was saying, I hope the judge takes her away. Boy, I until she's got the proper care or
well, we have
but-
some people in Canada in here. Do you guys have the same thing where you can drop a child off if you are feeling overwhelmed at a fire station, or is it?
That's if you don't want your child, and say it's a baby, an infant, it's not just you can drop your kid off. It's you can drop your baby off without any questions asked, as far as if you don't want your child.
I understand that. I'm just saying, as opposed to, doing something terrible. That's what I'm saying. I mean, there's got to be. Well, you're right, because if the understanding is if you drop them off, then you don't get them back. So.
Right. It's called, like, I think Kendall says safe haven, but they have what they call baby boxes at the fire stations, and you put the baby, or it usually is infant. I have not heard of anybody outside of the infant age being accepted, but it means you're giving your baby up, and you don't want it. It goes into the foster care and adoption system. It's for newborns, yes.
I thought it was up to like age 2.
I don't know. I don't know what the age limit, or if there is an age limit. There has to be something, because otherwise, I would think we'd hear more issues of kids being dropped off.
Right.
Yeah, there really isn't an option for an overwhelmed mom that doesn't have support, though, if you think about it.
Mm-hmm.
There's really not. I mean, could you go into a hospital and say, look, I'm overwhelmed? You think so?
Probably.
I'm having mental health issues. I'm overwhelmed. I need to.
That'd probably be the way to do it.
I need to protect myself and my child.
Yes. You would hope. But, it's like all the child services stuff. It's all underfunded. It's all undertrained.
Mm-hmm.
All these things are an issue everywhere.
And protocols different everywhere.
Yeah. And at least in America, I know, you always want to give priority to the parents. If you can, they always try to make sure, try to keep the child with their parents if possible. But she might have had support. I would guess she had sisters and mother. I mean, she's on the outs apparently with the father, but I bet there would be people that she could have said, "Hey, I need some help."
Did you see that? You saw the same thing I did.
I know.
And if you could easily get them back, people would have used that too.
Yeah,
Yes.
and then if the thing about those drop-offs is like the child doesn't know, the kid would know who dropped them off.
I wonder where the child's father was.
If they're older.
Have you heard anything about the father?
He said something about they want privacy right now, and kind of like a brief thank you, and we want privacy. Some messages like that were in the some of the articles I saw.
Are they
Mostly just
together?
joy.
Or are they together?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
We didn't really go too far into the family, just researching, because this story just happened. We hadn't covered this.
Real Me Too says the mom was mad at the dad.
Yeah, that we kind of gathered that. I don't know if they were still married or just separated, and but anyway,
I mean, I understand being an overwhelmed mom, though.
Sure.
I mean, even with the support of you, I still have many moments where I feel very overwhelmed with our life. I know we've got unusual things, going on currently, but I get the overwhelmed mom. I don't think I could just drop my kid at the side of the road and say, stay here, though.
Yeah. I mean, there's throwing the dog out the window and then driving to Ontario and giving your kid a lunchbox. And
I mean,
that's got to be mental health. right, a mental health issue.
I
'Cause
think
she's not thinking
it'll come
she's
out, right?
and then, she's not getting away with that. Um, s I think that's where we
Right.
wanna go. Big Dreams, Tiny Budget says, "If there were no age limit, every teenager in the" oh,
All right,
Hillsong.
that's sorry, I
Sorry,
still
sorry.
had it up. We have some new people here. Welcome in, Jason. And I saw Shirley H came in and Christy Smith. And let's see, Mama Bear. Welcome in, guys. Nice to see you. Let's see. And little Miss Sharon, I love that she's in Australia. And I just love the fact that she watches us even from Australia. Maybe we can go there and visit little Miss Sharon someday. What do you think?
Yes, Kendall, she has been arrested.
Yeah.
Um,
I
does she
think sh I
I
think
think
she
they're
was
actually yeah, they were supposed to do something yesterday and then it's been moved to Friday.
and they're saying now she might face charges in Ontario as well as Quebec.
Oh,
So
wow.
because of it happening in both places, so that's possible. Um, yeah, she should be charged with attempted murder on a child under the age of 12 and given a life sentence without parole.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't know. It's
man.
going to be hard to evaluate her mental health, I think, and that's going to become a factor, I would say. And she's got
Oh.
evidence of that on TikTok.
And Jason, our new subscriber, thank you for subscribing. Jason says, I'm Canadian, and yes, there are places to drop them off. Is there an age limit? Well, I mean, again, I think that she had intentions of coming back, right?
This is one. Oh,
Right?
well,
Because if
she
you,
told her she was coming back.
right, that's what I'm saying. Like,
Wait here.
We don't know if that was her intention.
At least
She
it's-
could have told. I mean, of course, she's going to tell her she's coming back, so she doesn't get her like freaked out. So she's like, "I'll be back. Here's your stuff. I'll be back."
but can you imagine having a 3-year-old dropping them at the side of the road, even with a lunchbox, anything and everything, saying, "Stay here. I'll be back." I couldn't do that.
I know. No,
Oh,
Mama
no.
Bear, we're talking about another case in Canada right now. She said she was asked, wait, who's been arrested? Jack and Lily's mom. No, this is the
No.
mom from the little girl that was missing and found, Claire Bell.
No, but yeah, so we just because they're both happen to be in Canada, and
We were just kind of starting with that tonight.
we wanted to start with that partly because there's some similarities in the cases, and there's also and there's a reason actually to be hopeful in both cases, just based on some things that have been said and coming out that we're going to get into. So we're kind of taking the idea that there may be hope in the Jack and Lilly case.
I think there is
that
actually.
they are not gone, which a week ago I would have guessed they're not with us anymore. But just based on things that have been happening the last several days, I think that there's a chance that they are still out there and alive. And who would have? I think if you polled our audience, most of us would have said 3 days in, there's no way this 3-year-old is still with
No,
us.
I think
Right.
And Shirley H says, I'm sorry, I'm not falling for the mental health excuse. Everything gets blamed on mental health, and that's no excuse to leave your 3-year-old on a road for days and drive 100 miles away. I agree with you on that, but I mean, I guess what I mean is no one in their right mind would do that. Whatever the issue is, I would think no one in their right mind would do that.
So there has to be some mental issue.
Yeah, whatever it may be.
Yeah, because if she's just trying to, let's say she's actually just trying to eliminate the child, is that how you do it? There's a it's such an irrational way to do it.
That's a
that
good
it
point,
seems-
Jason.
It seems like a mental health issue. Jason says, I think she was hoping she would perish and be found, trying to blame it on an abduction by a stranger. I mean, that's possible.
That's interesting.
That's possible.
Or was she attention seeking, trying to, you know what I mean? And it
Someone else
backfired on
mentioned.
her.
But
Somebody
if-
mentioned that earlier. They thought she was doing it for attention.
If there was even an
Hi,
ounce
Castle.
of sanity to her, though, she knows she's going to be caught driving from Quebec all the way to Ontario and back.
But again,
Traffic cams and I'm sure she had her phone with her. Eventually, over the course of the investigation, I mean, unless now if she took a car that didn't have GPS, left her phone at home, things like that, where she
That would
couldn't be
show more.
tracked, that
Yeah.
might show some premeditation and
Right.
real like a cognitive like awareness.
Mm-hmm.
So things like that as they come out may play a factor. If it looked like she was really trying to get away with something. If she drove
Right.
with her phone in her car, and it was her own car, and she was,
Yeah,
that
Shirley,
would
that's
seem more irrational and insane to me.
again, yeah, I agree with actually Shirley's statement here again. I think she was mad at the dad because they're not together anymore, and he wanted to hurt the dad like he hurt her. I think that based on what the little bit I've seen about it, I think you might be right about that.
Yeah.
But again, no one in their right mind would do that.
And
Right.
I don't think I'm saying, I would say it's forgivable. Like,
Oh no.
you don't have some justice. Uh,
Right. That's
not-
kind of where I'm at too, Roll Me Too. Because that she could have easily
It
done
could have
that.
been worse. It could have been much worse. I mean, this
And-
is best case scenario, really.
And now this little girl will hopefully get to have a good, happy life without, I mean, if her mom was under that kind of mental strain, then, hopefully she'll be able to be with people that her father, I'm assuming, right?
Yeah, I would guess so.
That can cherish her because she is a precious, precious child.
Absolutely. She said
Yeah.
Shirley put up
Yeah.
She said she put a video out
I
saying,
saw that.
"Do that again, and you won't like what happens."
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
you might be right. You
Yeah.
might be right. It might have just been a vindictive, evil.
But again, not in the right. People that think like that are not in their right mind. That's what
No,
I'm
if
saying.
they're going to do something vindictive, if they're going to try to harm a child or get rid of a dog, whatever the reason is, that's not in your right mind. That is
Right. That's my point.
Yes, I get it.
Yeah. Yeah. So it'll be interesting. I think if and when we ever see, I don't know if we ever see like a interrogation video. or
That
anything
would
like
be great.
Body cam footage. If they ever
Did they do that?
I don't know if they do that.
I
in
don't know
Canada.
if I've ever seen one from Canada.
What?
Yeah, I don't know. Do they release interrogation videos in Canada or
I don't
body cam
know.
video?
We
That's a
were
good question.
we were talking about FOIAs the other day, and we were joking about, because for those of you who've followed us for a little while, our family really loves to watch particularly Hidden Files because it's really funny.
Yeah.
And they show a lot of the shoplifting and people, but it's mostly Florida because Florida has very I don't know if loose is the right word, but their FOIA laws, you can FOIA just about anything, it seems like, in Florida. Right?
Yes. Yeah. It's apparently
yeah.
very easy in Florida. And where were we hearing this? That's why you always hear the Florida man stories, because they have such easy access to that these things get reported in Florida. So it gives you the impression that crazier things happen in Florida than they do in other states. But it's really just because the FOIAs are very.
Hi, David and
free there.
Catherine, L family. She said, yes, they do, but barely. So,
Yeah. So maybe
Hi,
if it goes
Becky.
to trial, maybe we'll see it as evidence, kind of like we did with Megan Boswell. But yeah. So that would be interesting to see, because that would tell us that would start to give us a better idea of what her state of mind was.
exactly.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And I'm with Romy too on this. So I'm not saying that it's forgivable at all if she has mental health issues. It's just, what's the reason, or what's the reason?
Underlying reason, yes.
Was she in a state that she normally wouldn't be in? Was she off of medication? Was she postpartum? Was she bipolar? All those kind of possibilities that are the reason, not an excuse. You still don't give this child back to her. She probably still needs to go away for X number of years, pay her price. I wouldn't want her, while that child's a minor, I wouldn't want her to have anything to do with having sole care of that girl again.
What was the reason she was Googling children's urns? I mean,
Right,
that doesn't, I mean,
Yeah.
there's some stuff going on there about malice or evil intent too.
Something. Yeah, exactly.
But there's also, but how is that? But you know that you're in the heart of an investigation when your child goes missing, right? That's so irrational to go on your phone and search funeral arrangements for children in urns, unless you're just a super low IQ person that doesn't know
That you're tracked in everything you do.
You know,
Yeah.
that almost kind of tells you just how
The state of mind.
irrational this person is. You're shopping for urns when your child goes missing, and you know that people are looking at you.
Well,
That's bizarre.
That's not rational either.
I actually
No.
had this thought the other day because I look up some crazy stuff since we've been doing this true crime
Well,
thing,
yeah.
and I'm like,
Mhm.
oh boy,
Yeah.
if
Right.
we
Me
ever got in
too.
trouble for something,
I
man,
know.
my search history is going to be crazy,
Oh yeah. That and
And-
Chat GPT.
right? Shauna Butterfly Kisses, thank you so much for the $1.99 super chat. We appreciate you. That is so sweet of you.
Okay, so someone's saying she did that search before, not after.
We really
Or-
appreciate it.
Yeah, before. Let me make sure I didn't misread or misunderstand this article.
Jason, thanks for joining us. Hope you can join us again.
Oh, you're right. I misread that. So Todd had made concerning internet searches in the lead up to the girl's disappearance.
Oh wow.
So I
Maybe she just couldn't go through with it, and that's what she did, is just dropped her off.
Right.
And obviously she wasn't
Wow,
too mean if
yeah.
she left her with a lunchbox with something in it. You know, if there was food in there for her. Yeah,
Mhm.
obviously, you know, she didn't have the intent. You know, somebody doesn't give a child that they want to get rid of and want to pass away. They don't give them a lunchbox with food in it. You know, they don't.
So that's strange too. There's going to be some conflicting. Yeah, there's some kind of some conflicting factors, right?
What if she
Um,
just wanted the attention for the child being missing? And you know what I mean?
Right. And I had this question, the same as Diane. Diane says, was she found where the mother dropped her off? Had the child wandered at all, or do they know for sure that's where the mom dropped her off?
I don't
know.
I didn't
know.
see that.
They've
in the
released that
reporting. I
yet.
don't know if the little girl could tell you.
Well, I mean, she said that she stayed there because her mommy told her to. So but I wonder if that's where she actually left her, or she did wander some.
Real quick, I want to say hi to Rosebud. I'm so happy you caught our live. Awesome. Well, Real Me Too says everyone talks about people aren't getting help for their mental issues. Then when we say someone has mental health, nobody wants to accept that, and this is a problem. That's exactly right. It's one of those things that gets overused and not taken seriously anymore. It's like the word narcissist. I can't tell you how many times a day I hear somebody call someone else a narcissist.
Right.
Excuse me.
That's the most overused description for people these days. Everyone's a narcissist.
Well, the thing is, though, statistically, everyone can't be, right?
Right.
So is it what am I trying to say? So statistically, everyone can't be, but it is a word you hear to describe everybody. I remember years ago, someone had a supervisor had called me who was having trouble with a colleague of mine. And they asked me what I thought the person's problem was. They asked my opinion. And I was very hesitant to say. I said, I really think what it comes down to is that she's a narcissist. And I don't take that lightly. I didn't take that lightly. I felt like that's one of the worst things you could say about someone.
Mm-hmm.
And in this case, I still feel like that person, that's what that was, but like a true narcissist. And I don't know. It was a much heavier word for me. I remember having a hard time even wanting to say that because it was such a harsh
It's
thing
like
to
you're
say
you're
about
real.
someone.
It's a heavy analysis of someone.
Yes.
Yes, it's a hard thing to say about
But-
someone because it's not a positive thing.
But you
at all.
hear it every day now.
Yes, you do.
And I make a point not to use that word because it's so overused.
Right. Perfectly
Right.
Imperfect Boy's mom said someone had a theory that she was planning on scaring dad and coming back to get the child, but got arrested and her plan fell through. I thought that
That's
was
wild.
interesting.
If that's the case,
That
that's
is
really wild.
crazy.
Yeah, I thought that was crazy. And then she said also, Becky said, and everyone these days has a degree in mental health. That is for sure.
Yeah,
And
know.
I like Kendall's. These words become buzzwords and we become desensitized to
That's
them.
the truth.
There's other stuff. There's other specific conditions I won't get into today on my soapbox, but there's specific conditions that people overuse. And, I
agree.
It gets me all upset.
And another comment was where Claire was dropped off was right by a farm, and the lady said she talked to the mom that day. The farm lady
Oh,
said she
wow.
talked to the mom that day.
Yeah,
Opal
that'll be
sis,
a key
welcome.
witness later. That farmer.
It's so nice to see you,
Hello,
Opal.
Opal.
And Tennessee Nurse, too. We're getting so lucky tonight. All the friends.
Yeah. So this actually might be a more interesting. I kind of thought the story would be one where it's sort of, happy ending, kind of over. Mom will get faced with, but there actually might be more unanswered questions as this goes on. It might be interesting to follow.
I want to follow it, but I just have
because-
to say I'm so happy. I'm so happy that child is alive.
I know. I mean,
I'm so happy.
A
I
3-year-old.
was not feeling pessimistic or optimistic about that.
No,
one.
as soon as I saw that video, I was like, no.
Yeah.
Opal
Amazing.
sis, thank you for renewing your membership.
And I also thought she looked very big. Like she looked on the upward part of a 3-year-old. Like she looked closer to 4.
She looks like she should be in movies, that child. She's gorgeous.
But
An adorable
like,
child.
you know what I'm saying? She looked like a bigger 3-year-old. She didn't look like a typical. She looked long, tall, and I think that she maybe hopefully was a little older.
Well, she's going to be kind of like Canada's darling child now.
I
mean,
she
because it'll be like, oh yes, I remember the little
I'll
girl
take
that
her.
survived the woods for 3 days.
If no
on
one
her own,
wants her, I'll take her. She's adorable.
Yeah, people will like. She'll be one of those kids that survived
Good.
a crazy situation.
And in
People
20
will-
years, they'll look back and be like, "This is how she's thrived." I think, yeah.
Kind of like the little girl that fell in the well.
Right.
Remember the little girl that was in the well and that was down there for days? And I mean, everybody talked about it for years and years, and she was famous.
Oh yeah.
And Tennessee Nurse says, "This is terrible coming from a nurse, but I'm also sick of trigger warning. I know it's bad. I cannot stand trigger warning. So
I know everybody.
It's funny you
says
say
it.
that. It's funny you say that because that is one that just drives me nuts.
Yeah, you're in Mrs. E's wheelhouse with that.
Yeah, I think I think we just became best friends.
Yeah,
So
because that's especially when we're doing true crime. If you're trigger warning, I mean, we're talking about crimes. Of course, there's going to be a variety of triggers throughout. But even just in general, trigger warning is one of your pet peeves.
I think we got a war here between GTO guy and Shauna Butterfly Kisses.
well, I can give them money without checking too. Thank you, GTO guy.
You guys
I
are
appreciate that.
hilarious.
That's hilarious.
You
Thank
guys
you
They're
are
so
awesome.
cute. Look how cute they are.
I know they are.
I
Thank
love
you.
that they watch us together separately because it's Mr. E and I do that. We'll
Yeah.
watch the same show separately, and that's adorable.
That's
You
very
guys are the
funny.
best.
That's
Thank
very
you
funny.
so much.
Thank you. Very
Yes, blessings. It was Jessica McClure that fell in the well. Little baby Jessica.
much. Yeah.
Baby Jessica,
If-
that's right.
Yeah.
Yep.
If you don't remember that story, that was a nation grip.
Oh, it was huge.
If you're not, I mean, it was
Baby
like
Jessica.
every night people were checking the nightly news to find out about this little girl. So that I think that could be this Claire Bell too, in a way. People will never forget her.
And her
Um,
name is so cute, Claire Bell.
Yeah,
I
and that
mean,
picture-
right?
Yeah.
I'm telling you, she's going to have a show. She's going to have a show on Nickelodeon based around her. Isn't Nickelodeon Canada? Or they used to be?
So David and
Mhm.
Catherine L family says there's not going to be interrogation video in the Quebec case because the child was found alive. As for the NS case, they may,
Nova Scotia.
yeah,
Yeah.
may not also. I don't believe the NS government $150,000 reward offer. Oh, that's interesting. Well, let's go. Let's go
Yeah,
to
let's
that.
go
So,
into that one.
Okay.
Um,
And I want to say hi to Elle Kennedy. Thanks for coming in. Nice to see you.
so if you don't know what they're talking about, this is a little news clip here from Global News with the announcement that gives us another reason to be hopeful in a different missing child case, the Jack and Lilly Sullivan children.
Hi, West End.
Oh, it's
I just said
not.
hi.
They remember baby
Hi, Karen.
I think I had no volume. I'm going to go back here.
The province of Nova Scotia is offering a reward of up to $150,000 for any information relating to the two siblings who were reported missing last month. 6-year-old Lily and 4-year-old Jack Sullivan were reported missing from their home on May 2nd in Lansdowne Station in Pictou County. In a brief phone call today, the children's maternal grandmother told Global News the family's focus is on finding Lily and Jack, and they hope this reward will help. Premier Tim Houston says he's also hoping for the safe return of the children. Nova Scotia's Justice Minister says the province is doing everything they can to support the RCMP in the investigation.
Everyone's hoping for, obviously still hoping for the safe return of the children. It's a really difficult thing. The whole community is feeling that emotion. So I know there's been a tremendous effort and response to try to find them, and the response continues, and we're all just hoping for the safe response.
We appreciate the work of the investigators, the RCMP, and others who responded in the early days and as the case has unfolded. To support the search and now the investigation. We really appreciate the work that they've been doing, and we want to do everything we can to support that.
And Druin says while she can't speak to specifics, rewards like this from the province have generated information for previous cases, and she hopes it does the same for this one.
So
And
I don't know why
David
we're
and
there.
Catherine wanted to let us kind of clarify. They wanted to clarify what they meant by that.
Oh, okay.
It's
Yeah.
the
'Cause I wasn't
100
sure.
The 150K offer would need to show who got the money as its tax dollars. That's why I don't believe the offer. Oh, I gotcha. That makes sense because someone couldn't be anonymous because they would have to show it because it's taxpayer dollars.
Okay.
They would
But
have to
is it?
say-
But I mean, wouldn't the FBI? Wouldn't theirs be taxpayer dollars as well?
Yeah, FBI can do rewards without knowing who got them. So I don't know if this works the same in Canada. Can you stay anonymous and collect rewards there? Because you can in the US.
In the U.S., you can only divulge your information to the police without your name.
It's hard to
And-
find information on that because obviously the people stay anonymous. But I was researching this like whenever the Sebastian Rogers $50,000 reward was offered by the FBI. I was like, how does this claim? And it was hard to find concrete information on it, but it seems like it's kind of like bag of cash. Like your FBI.
Oh yeah, you were shocked by that.
That's how they do it in those situations. If you've
It's
got an
almost like-
informant that you
Yeah.
meet at a McDonald's and you get a bag of cash and you walk away from each other, and it's those kind of exchanges.
Wow.
Which sounds kind of wild that our government would do stuff like that, but that's apparently
Hey,
how,
if it gets it done, I'm good. I'm good with it.
apparently that's how it's done sometimes.
And I wanted to say hello to Betsy Mathis. Welcome in. And Rosebud had interesting. You want to
Yeah,
read it? And somebody else want to read this time?
The Rosebud one.
Hi, Detroit Rock City. Welcome. Happy to see you. We are, you guys, the members that are coming in, we are going to do a members only really, really, really soon.
So Rosebud says, every time I listen to something about this case up in Nova Scotia, I get Sebastian Rogers vibes. Is it possible one of the parents is hiding the children? Is it possible Sebastian is hidden too? I think it's certainly possible.
It's definitely, in my mind, not off the table for either of these cases, especially the Nova Scotia children. But I've always had that, kind of theory. That's one of my theories with Sebastian. That's obviously a best case scenario because that means he's still here with us somewhere being kept secret.
Thank you, Moonchild. That's very nice. Moonchild says, praying for your son and family. We appreciate you. And thank you for coming in. I like your name.
I have thought that if Sebastian is alive, that he's out of the country, and Canada would be a likely spot. That's what I've thought. Just
that would be amazing. That would be absolutely amazing.
Just because they're connections.
David and Catherine did say that tax dollars need to be accounted for, just like the lottery in Canada. You can't be anonymous. In like in certain states, if you don't want your name out there that you won the lottery, you can do it. But
in the United States,
but some states you can be anonymous. Kentucky, I believe, is one of them that you used to could be anonymous. I don't know if it's still that way. Florida,
it is.
I don't think it is in Florida. I do not think you can be anonymous in Florida.
I think you can. I think.
So you can't have paid informants in Canada.
I would think
undercover paid like snitches.
I would think, but even if you have to allocate those tax dollars and have to know where they go, I would think you could say this money went to an informant that led to the arrest of or the finding of. Right. So it may not give those names, but they kind of are assigned a serial number or whatever to, witness da 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 da.
I mean, it's just, I don't know. I'd have to look into that to see how they do that.
Yeah.
Because here you can have, police can do paid informants out of their funds, and FBI certainly do.
And Shauna has a good, I agree with Shauna because my theories have been evolving since last night. So.
Sure. So Shauna says, my theories have been evolving today with all of the reports of different people saying that the mom has taken off.
We could ask them the questions about the reservations there because all of our Canadian friends here, because we'd had some questions about the reservations. If the Royal Mounted Police are allowed to go into the reservations, or is it similar to the laws here where the reservations are kind of their own entities?
Well, I looked all that up today.
You did?
I looked it all up. And for the Quebec provincial police and the tribes that are in that area, it is just like any other area. If they have a warrant, they have the right to go on the reserve and to search, but they have to follow the same guidelines as they do for any private property.
So it's different than the way it is in the United States, right?
I don't know exactly about how it is in the United States, but I just know that
it's very different.
It says in a summary for Nova Scotia Police Authority, the RCMP provides policing services on the reserves. They don't have their own independent. Some reserves do, but not in Nova Scotia. So it says that they do not. They can go on the reserve with a warrant or legal grounds. They do not have to have band council approval. It's not legally required.
That's what I wondered. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. And they, if there is a band council, they can work with the band council. But in Nova Scotia, they have also something called, or not in Nova Scotia, but in Canada, some of the reserves have something called First Nations Police, which are kind of like the reserve police, but they don't have that in Nova Scotia with those tribes on those reserves. So it sounds like to me, they can go and they just need a valid search warrant.
Okay.
Like if they're going to go search.
Okay. One thing real quick. Moonchild says, thank you. Y'all inspire me. Love you all. Well, that makes my heart feel happy. I appreciate that. That is very sweet. We love you guys right back. We didn't think we'd get attached to you guys, but I'm totally attached to you people. Totally attached.
David and Catherine also said Crime Stoppers in Canada don't offer a reward program anymore.
Wow. I didn't know that.
Huh.
So that's interesting too. They also said you can have paid informants, but that's different.
Yes.
Real Me Too. There was a fella that was on. Well, I think Mystery is going to get into that. We'll address that.
Where this is coming.
Where
from.
where this is coming from. Yeah.
So do we want to? So I've got a few directions we wanted to go. Do you want to start with that? With the what's his name?
Derwood.
Derwood's what he
Well,
He's
calls
been
it.
showing up all over the place. Derwood.
Yeah, Derwood. I think that's a name he just picked because it's not his real name.
He's been calling in to shows that have the ability to call into.
Right.
Blessings. Oh, she says, I'm calling it a night.
Thank you
Aw.
so much.
You know what? Can I really quickly, before we go, play the super chat song for all of our super chats tonight?
Yes, yes.
Thank
We
you so
got
much.
a lot of
Bliss
them. Thank you,
Blessings.
guys.
We appreciate you. And here is our super chat song. We haven't heard this one in a long time, right, guys?
No,
Let's
haven't.
see. Where is it?
Thank you, Blessings.
Thank you for the super chat. 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 Thank you for the super chat.
I love that song. Thank you so much, Bliss Blessings. You have a wonderful night, and thank you
Yes.
for being here.
All right. So let's see. Did that work? Okay, good.
I
So
did get
whatever-
a chance to listen to all this today. It was interesting.
So if you're not, some of you may not have heard about this. So this is a channel called It's a Criming Shame. They did a great job with this. I think this guy's called into a few different shows.
He called
and he's
into
been very
Dolly as
active.
well, I believe.
Yeah, and so this channel, we listened to this interview that happened on the last half of their stream, and we're not gonna play the whole interview because he was there for a little over an hour. I just wanted to play a few key clips that'll give you an idea what people are talking about in the chat if you're seeing that there.
And Criming Shame is based in Canada, and Sunny and Charmaine are the hosts, and they're very nice to us.
And
Oh,
Shirley,
he also called into Justin? I did
did
not
not
know
know.
that.
Oh, I didn't realize that. Okay, so he's called in to Justin Clish and Pearls as well.
Okay.
So we'll have to check out what those interviews were like and make sure that all kind of stays the same. But there were some important bits of information.
Oh, I didn't read that.
In here. What's that?
Rosebud said, did you read about the 109 children found in a trafficking bus in Texas recently? Some of the kids were found missing for over 400 days. I want to know more about how they were taken. They will never tell us.
I feel probably a lot of those kids were illegal children that have been smuggled into the country over the last 4 years.
Texas would make you think
Because
so, right?
they found a lot of those. They found some of the missing children, but there were thousands still missing.
I'm going to make a note for that. Let's look into that.
We'll
yes,
talk about it
but-
tomorrow.
but,
Okay.
We
I
can
mean,
talk
it
about
might
tomorrow.
not be.
Right.
and wouldn't it-
Rosebud wasn't here when you told her the good news.
Oh yeah, so you mean about us going?
Yeah.
So our plan is, if you're actually, several of you are probably joining us now, but we're going to try to make some changes. We're going to try to be a little more active with our channel than we've been. We're going to do a weekly true crime kind of roundup of all of these
Recap.
major stories that have gone on the week. There's some that we don't want to do like 3-hour lives on, but that we'd like to talk about, for 15, 20 minutes and that kind of thing. But just kind of go over some of the major happenings in true crime that week. So we're going to do that. Our plan is to do that on Fridays.
Right.
Tomorrow we're going to try 1 o'clock and
Round
see how
one.
that goes for us.
Mhm.
And it'll probably be like an hour, 2-hour type of live. Would
Yeah.
be my guess. And
We're just going to touch on some of the hot topics. Like I said, we're definitely talking about Tyler Perry. We
we'll do
have to.
Tyler Perry, but we'll make sure we get that one in there. And
Hi, West End.
and just,
It's 2:40 there. Well, thank you for hanging with us as long as you could. We appreciate you. Yes. And then hello, Grandma Chachi. But anyway, that's what we're going to try to start doing. And we're just going to try to do a better job. We're going to do a members only chat, or members only kind of like where you guys can come up and we can all talk on a panel, but it'll be private where only members can see it.
Yeah.
So we're going to do some stuff like that really soon, and that's going to be called the Dog Pound.
so this guy that called into this show goes by Derwood, but that's not his real name.
That's not his real name.
He did
I
use the
didn't-
same name on Dolly's. He called himself Derwood as well.
I would have reached out to Justin had I realized. just have not been with it the past few days.
Yeah, I
So,
just didn't know. I didn't know he had been on there.
we've been busy. The kids are getting ready to go to camp. So
But he's a family member. It seems like, or a close friend of the family. At least in this interview, he doesn't exactly say how he's connected with them, but he's very much in communication with several members.
Oh, we called Justin today. That's why we didn't hear it, because we were getting ready for our show.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay, well, we'll check
that's
that out.
awesome. Maybe he'll come over here. Derwood, where are you?
So, but one of the things that happened during this interview is you can get the sense that what he believes is that the family needs to be the ones out there advocating for these kids and keeping the story in the forefront. So that's why he's calling into all these shows.
I just want to, Deanna Downey is now Meemaw for the missing children. And she says, I'm in the bushes, crack some ribs. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Prayers for your healing.
And
Opal,
yeah,
we're going to do this in the afternoon on Fridays around 1:00 Central.
Yeah. And that's not the members only one. That's different.
No, the members only will probably have to be on a weekend day so that our people in other countries can join us as well. So I don't know. We'll see.
They said he did not stay long on Justin's today.
Okay. Hi, Rita. Welcome in. Okay. All right. Sorry. I won't interrupt you anymore. You can get on with it.
That's okay. I just kind of wanted to set it up with who he was for people that haven't seen any of these interviews. But first of all, I just want to say this is crime. It's a criming shame.
I'll put their link in chat.
They do a great job in this interview. They must have had a lot of interview experience, because what they do so well throughout is they just let their guests talk. They set him up with a question, let him just tell his story. And when he gets kind of stuck on something or off track, they very gently ask a question and get him. They get the right questions in and just kind of keep the conversation going.
I think she said she's been doing it about 4 years. The lead person. She said she's had her podcast about 4 years.
Yeah. So I subbed up to this channel today. They do a really nice job. I know you've been watching them for a while, but for some reason I hadn't been subscribed yet. So we did that, and we recommend it. So we're going to play a little bit of this here. And I just took some notes just on other information that came out that I'm not going to play the clips on, but there are things we kind of learned, just background information on them that Derwood has expressed. Now you've got to, this is his perspective.
Right. You have to take it with a grain of salt, because we don't know who this guy is.
Yeah. So, I mean, he may have his own perspective. He may have his own biases. He might be more friendly with certain members of the family than others, or his own, there's his own lens, and you got to take all those kinds of things into account. But according to Derwood, he was saying, for one thing, that the couple had been together for 4 years, not the 3 that's been reported. I guess they were with a relative for a year or so before they moved into this trailer together. And that another thing he stresses a great deal throughout the interview is that the drug use was not as big an issue as people have been playing it up.
Right.
That Daniel has been clean for the last 2.5 years. And that the party thing that was going on, that been reported, the person making that report, that there was this big bash going on sometime Wednesday or Thursday night before the kids went missing, that particular person's not trustworthy, that he's a known thief, and it's the kind of person that assaults others, that he had a lot to say, kicked out of town, that kind of stuff. So at least according to Derwood, that the source of that rumor is not a credible source. So take that for whatever that's worth. Yeah. Right. He also claims that the thing about Daniel working 1 day a week is kind of overblown too, because the sawmill that he worked at, the way they do
now, that did make sense.
Yeah, let's say you work, he would normally work 5 days a week, but if business were slow, instead of laying off their employees altogether, they let them come in and work 1 day a week to kind of keep their foot in the door, even if they didn't actually need them.
Because there's, a variety of reasons they can't come in.
Right.
Frozen.
Well, and they close down every year for a certain amount of time because of it's their slow period.
Right.
Hello, YouTuber. Hello, Woman's Warrior. And hello, who else did I see?
Detroit Rock City.
I said hello to Detroit already, but hello again. And Mohawk Mom. Welcome in, guys.
So we'll listen to Derwood a little bit, and we'll just have to make
And
our own.
he has bad language.
Oh yes,
Yeah,
lots of it.
the clips I picked were not as bad because as he gets going in the interview,
Woo.
he starts dropping the GD like a madman.
I know,
Yeah.
and,
I
and
mean,
he even says the F word a couple times too.
it got really bad toward the end, but most of the really
Mm-hmm.
interesting stuff is actually the first half of the interview anyway.
Mhm.
Before he gets really upset about the rumors and stuff.
He does.
I mean, he's a fiery guy, but I mean, we do appreciate him coming out and advocating for the two children and trying to set the record straight. This seems to be what he's doing.
And I'm
So-
going to put a little music on this because I tried to reach out to Criming Shame today and I could not find an email address on their YouTube to ask them, because normally when we use people's stuff, we ask them in advance. So unless they explicitly said on their channel that like Deception Detective says use it, I don't care. Or Justin or other people. But
yeah.
Josh, he's another one who says go for it. So let me see if I can find a little music that's not like obnoxious. Can you even hear that? Can you all hear?
Boy, very faintly.
Well, that's all I need.
Okay.
Hold on, I'm trying to find.
Why do we do this?
It just helps
with the
in case. So
fair use issues.
Yes.
So this is a okay. So, yeah, I'm gonna play. We're
Hi,
about 2
Hen
minutes of
House.
this. If anybody wants me to stop if you want me to stop, I'm just doing about 2 minutes here of this part.
I would stop every little bit if it were me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and maybe discuss what he says.
Okay.
The shit has hit the fan a little bit here today.
Because you're kicking up dirt, right?
I was visiting with the family,
Mhm.
and I was asking some questions, and there was somebody there that I just sort of wanted to let them know that I knew something because I was pretty suspicious of them. And I believe they were actually eavesdropping on me, which I counted on. So I let out a little information that should have shook things up. And then I believe the person that eavesdropped on me, I intentionally let them eavesdrop on me.
Mhm.
And then I believe they directly called Malaya, and within a half an hour, Malaya had panicked and grabbed the baby, grabbed Meadow, and took off.
Whoops.
So
Sorry.
that's where that rumor is coming from, that
Mhm.
Malaya's out there on the run. At the beginning, does he say today?
Yes, he does. But that
Yes.
whenever he would that day, he said that happened at that time. Like he said that day, and then that she took off. So I took it to mean as soon as he's made that
Right.
statement. Which
So
was the
that-
day-
Are we saying this happened yesterday then?
Yes.
Yes.
So that's why everyone's saying that she's taken off with Meadow.
Okay.
That he's been making his rounds.
Okay. So so this was last night that he did this interview.
And that was that
And
day
so
that
Wednesday night, he's saying that on Wednesday morning,
right.
or afternoon or sometime, that's when this event happened. So what he's getting at is he basically was putting out a little information. He's trying to get this case solved, is what he says. He's trying to work on his own as best he can. Like he even says something later about almost like he's going on a stakeout or something to watch people.
like he's
all this, you know?
he's
Yeah.
on it.
Yeah.
And
He's a
this
sleuth.
is why I love the real Me Too. I want you to look on the screen.
Okay. I cannot.
Criming Shame says anyone can use their content as long as you give them credit. Well, thank
Okay.
you.
Well, thanks for letting me know.
I'll tell you, there's some people in our universe here on YouTube that are wealth of knowledge. Real Me
She
Too is definitely one of
he's
them.
way up there.
Yes.
Mohawk Mom is another.
Yes, that's true.
I just can't even express to you how lucky we are to have people who have either good memories or great databases. We are very lucky.
Right.
So, yeah. So thank you, Real Me Too. You're very much appreciated.
Yes, we appreciate that. Okay.
But yes, so well, that's good to know that they don't mind, and we're not. In general, when we play people's stuff, I don't really ever want to get to a situation where we're playing everybody's just full video, and
Yeah,
you
well,
know,
I'll
'cause
turn the
I'd
music
rather,
off.
if you want to go see the full thing in context, you can, that way you can go see their channel and support them,
Right.
later.
If you want to hear the segment with him, though, it's about the last hour and 15 minutes. He takes up, of his interview part where they get him on the screen.
Yeah, about 145 mark is where you want to go when they start to bring them up. So this is pretty early in the interview. So anyway, he sets her up with some information. His theory is that she panics, grabs the baby, and runs. Meadow. So let's want to go a little further into this though.
Cindy's place, which is her mother's place in Wentworth,
Right.
and that's where she's been staying under 24-hour supervision by CPS. But anyway, she fought with her mother. Her mother tried to keep her there physically and couldn't keep her there. And Malaya had what I was told by the other family members who called me back right away, and that she had grabbed the baby and ran and headed for the reserve in Shubenacadie. Why she would head for the reserve, I don't know. And I don't know for sure if that's where the chief of the Micmac Reserve, it's his brother that's her lawyer.
Oh, yeah.
And the only thing I can think of in that, and not so,
Pause.
what I don't.
I thought that was really interesting information.
Yeah. So her lawyer's at that reserve that she went to.
Right. And he's the brother of the chief of the reserve.
Yeah.
So that's kind of interesting as well. And then Real Me Too says, I don't think she'd be allowed to take off with CPS involved. I'm skeptical of Derwood. Don't get me wrong, but at the same time, he when he really gets going, he doesn't show a lot of signs of deception.
He's the information flows quickly out of his mouth.
Right.
And it doesn't seem like he's trying to shape things. What he does a lot is he starts to say things and pull himself back in. Like he almost slips up. He does slip up later and say something I think he didn't mean to say. But he does this a couple times during the interview. But we got to be cautious of anyone that comes out. You always got to wonder why.
Right.
Are they shaping a narrative? Are they trying to manipulate us?
Right. Because the thing is had we not ever, if we have not been involved with Sebastian's case, for example, we wouldn't be looking for these red flags. We'd be like, oh, wow, this guy's just telling us all this stuff. We wouldn't think about someone trying to shape a narrative.
One thing that comes off clear to me about him during the interview is that he's in Daniel's corner.
For sure.
So,
but he's supposed to be her relative.
Yeah.
But he does say that he believes Daniel. However, he doesn't 100%. I don't want to say trust. That wasn't the word he uses. He said if something, I don't know how you would say it. He basically says that if something came up that he were involved, he would not be surprised, I guess is the word. But he does come across as in his corner. But at the same time, he does make this statement that he's not necessarily in his corner, but he believes him.
Also, Women's Warrior says, in my personal opinion, DV relationship, this interview has worries me most. Dangerous time women and children is leaving a DV homicide timeline activates with other red flags timeline. So I think what she's saying there is that she got the vibes that there was a DV relationship between Daniel and Malaya. I think that's what she's trying to get at.
Yes,
which is the vibe I got too.
Yeah, I think I think what Derwood is saying is that accusation at least has been made, and he's not sure he believes it.
Right.
So and we don't know.
And Mohawk Mom says it does not work that way in Canada. It is Children's Aid Society, also known as Social Services.
Well, I think also, even if social services is keeping an eye on the situation and they've told you not to move, that doesn't mean that they've got surveillance on your house every minute of the day and you can't take off in your car. They don't have the manpower to sit at a house and make sure somebody doesn't leave it.
I would guess, yeah, I I know we say CPS. That's more like our catch-all term.
Right.
So I know it's different in Canada. So if you hear us say CPS, we just mean that the child services basically, or whatever that organizations are there.
Right.
So I know we're not using the proper term, but he says 24-hour surveillance.
That's what he says. But I mean, again, we don't know that,
But I would be surprised if they weren't she wasn't being watched 24 hours, whether she knows it or not.
By the police, maybe.
For sure.
But not, I just can't imagine social services having
Well,
manpower to sit there.
But if they were
police,
concerned
yes.
about the safety of Meadow, then they might be.
I've never known or heard of social services doing that ever in any circumstance.
You listened to this whole interview, right?
Yes.
Okay, so
they would take the child if they were that scared for the child's well-being. The child would be taken away.
But Derwood suggests that maybe Malaya is having a mental health crisis as well. So it is possible that they are, keeping an eye.
He doesn't completely throw her under the bus either. So I don't want to. He does kind of speak well of her. He
actually likes them both. You can tell.
He just thinks this whole situation has been blown.
That
the
it's something.
Speculation is that it's something dark and evil that's happened, and it's really just a situation that got out of control.
Right, and they don't know how to get out of it.
They don't know how to get out. So that's why we think there might be hope here, if that's the case, and that means that the children are likely alive, just being kept somewhere. Which I hope Derwood's right.
I hope he's right. And Mohawk Mom says he claims he's Malaya's relative, but his son works with Daniel. Yes, that's exactly
that's exactly right. Hello, all I need is Jesus, coffee, and true crime.
Oh, hello. Ooh la la, welcome in. I like that name. In my opinion, he's telling the truth. In my opinion, it makes more sense if it all happened and was told on the beginning. In my opinion, yeah, I agree. It actually made some light bulbs go off in my head when he started saying it, and it makes a lot of sense, right?
I think what might be interesting will be when we're done with going through this and laying out what Derwood's theory is. If we want to do another live or have time, we go back and talk about Jack and Lilly later, is to go back to those original interviews and see how that lines up with the new information, because
it kind of does.
What was obvious is that Malaya and
Auntie, your mouth
Daniel
is funny.
Were not.
I know. I was reading. I was looking.
I know what you're doing.
That they were not telling the truth, but it just means like, okay, so what are you being deceptive about?
Right.
Are you being deceptive because you know what happened to the kids? Are you hiding something else? Are there bodies out there somewhere? Were you negligent? We don't know. But if it's the situation that Derwood's laying out, it might be interesting to see, because I'm seeing Daniel a little differently now.
Right.
YouTuber has an update. YouTuber said Derwood was just on a call with Justin and said that Malaya is not on the reservation. Ooh. So we haven't gotten to that information yet.
Is Justin still alive?
Well, somebody said earlier that he wasn't on there very long.
Oh, okay.
But that's interesting.
I don't want to bother him while he's live.
No.
Because I know how that is. NHGG, welcome in. Nice to see you. Hello, Paul Richardson. And all I need is Jesus, coffee, and true crime. Hello, our friend. We appreciate you. Brandy
if
and
she had
Indy.
planned on leaving Daniel, what does Lily and Jack have to do with it? Because Daniel is not their dad. He is only Meadow's dad.
Well, he does explain why. He thinks that she could have been a domestic violence situation and she was wanting to leave. So she got them out first, and then she and the baby were going to follow, and she was just getting them out of the home. That was the way he explained it, but we don't know. That's just a theory.
I kind of have it all here. So for some reason I had it marked to play the next 25 seconds of this. So let's finish that.
Oh, sure. Go ahead.
And then we'll go to the next.
Sure.
Don't know. I'll say I don't know. What I know, I know. Now, I don't know exactly why she ran for the reserve, but the only connection I can think of is that her lawyer's there. Maybe she thinks she can get some kind of, I don't know, legal protection or whatever, because I think she realizes that the jig is up. And I think she realized that I knew more than I made an educated guess, and I think I was right, and it made her panic.
Yeah. Okay. So that's how we get there. So now I'm going to switch to this.
So Mohawk Mom is saying that Derwood just said on Justin's live that Jack and Lily are not on the reservation, but that Malaya and Meadow are on the reservation at this time.
So we may just have to listen to Justin's live to find out what he said. Exactly.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we'll go back and watch that tomorrow, I'm sure.
Right. We don't like to do it when it's their first night out because we don't, we don't like to take views away.
Well, it sounds like this happened like maybe a few hours ago. Justin's whenever.
Okay, and then Teresa just said no. He said Malaya is in the reservation. The connection was bad in the live. So I think
no, that's what I just said. Malaya is at the reservation, but not Jack and Lily.
Okay.
Malaya
so that's
and Meadow.
Two people that said that's what they heard as well. So
I have this little clip marked as motive, as far as why Malaya may have been wanting to leave.
Oh, okay. Stars Good says, hey people, here in Canada, reservations are called reserves, or I don't know how to say it.
Meta-settlements.
Okay, interesting. Reserves.
We can call them reserves. No worries.
Yeah, I remember I used that earlier because when I looked it up, that's what Derwood calls them. He refers to them as reserves.
Thank you, YouTuber.
But thanks for letting us know about that. I didn't even know that Justin had.
Canada's a mystery to us, guys. I've been to, where did I go? I went to Victoria, British Columbia.
Yeah, I've never been to Canada.
I was little when I went.
Oh, okay. Brandy and Indy says CPS took Meadow when Malaya left because she was supposed to be under grandpa constant supervision.
That's not what he said, though.
Oh, okay.
CPS took Meadow when Malaya.
I don't think Meadow has been taken from her. I think she was with them, or she was with Malaya. They may have taken her now if she left the home with her.
Yeah, maybe. I mean,
maybe that's what happened.
The way Derwood's describing this is that everything has changed between Daniel and Malaya in the last 24 hours.
What?
Right? What?
Yeah, I thought you meant like since Derwood spoke last night. I thought you meant again.
Oh, no.
Oh, okay.
Well, he's well, we'll get into it.
Oh, okay.
Let's show.
Stars Good says
Métis.
It's pronounced Métis. Métis. That's how we say it in the South. Métis.
Interesting.
Métis.
Yes, Charlene. I saw that I did see that he called into Dolly Vision as well. I did see that.
What's that, AT?
Becky's comment.
Is Darwood guy another SF? No, I think he is a relative. That's what he says anyway. But again, we all know this because I know you guys have been with us since Sebastian's. We've been talking about Sebastian since the beginning, pretty much. We have to take everybody with a grain of salt, even though they may sound convincing. This guy does not sound like he's being deceptive, but
yeah, I mean, we didn't personally vet him,
right?
So
exactly.
I can't confirm that he's, but and
you did just have the reward come out, so that could be someone after reward money.
And there are people out there that just go and try to mess with,
did reward come out first?
Reward came out yesterday. Mm-hmm.
So I mean, this guy came out of the woodwork and pretty quickly. We'd have to look at the timing, but
I think I had it up. Hold on.
It's kind of ironic if he came out after.
I'm just seeing 7 hours ago. But the reward came out yesterday?
I thought it was yesterday.
I thought it was too. Let me look real quick.
Yeah, I thought it was today.
Okay, maybe. Okay.
But that would be different. So let's say either way, if the reward, so I had a different thought.
12 hours ago. Yeah. So it's today. It was just early this morning.
So he talked before the reward came out.
Mm-hmm.
My thinking was that whoever's in charge of this reward, whoever put this out, Okay. Whoever's responsible for greenlighting a reward like that saw that Derwood's got some information that he's not giving up,
Mm-hmm.
and that it appears there's some conspiracy to hide the children, and so that prompted the go ahead on the reward offer to get
Mhm.
this thing closed and solved. That's what I thought. Does that maybe it was just a coincidence?
No,
But
I
it
think
seems weird
yeah.
to me that 6 weeks into the investigation, the day that this family friend comes out saying that he's got information
Oh, right
that he
on.
knows who took the children and he's not going to talk to the police, the next day they offer a $150,000
Right.
reward.
Right. Well,
Is that
that's what Teresa's saying. Teresa M says Derwood said he was going to go on social media to get the RCMP to do their job.
Yeah.
It said it came out at 10:46 a.m.
This morning.
Atlantic time. Atlantic time.
Well,
It came
I'm at
out
a
at
loss.
precisely 10:46 Atlantic time. So I don't know what that.
Well, you'll
I
have
don't
to look
know.
up Atlantic time. And Real Me Too's laughing at something I said. Did I say something funny?
So I don't know. Is that a
I
coincidence?
don't know what I said.
Is it a coincidence that Derwood goes on a talk show spree yesterday talking about knowledge he's got, and then the
Okay.
next morning they're offering a $150,000 reward for information?
Okay.
I don't
Time
know.
out. Paul Richardson says it's right now it's 11 p.m. in Atlantic time. So they're 2 hours ahead of
Yeah.
us.
So this morning.
Okay.
9:46 is Eastern. So it's an hour
Right.
behind us. We're an hour behind.
2 hours behind
Well,
us.
you would be 2 hours. I would be 1 hour.
And then also NHGG sent us a $5 super sticker. Thank you so
Thank you,
much. That
HGG.
makes me so happy. I really appreciate it. And I think these two appreciate it too.
I'm really hoping
You're not
we do.
listening to
I
me.
am.
I'm being silly.
I am really hoping that Derwood's the real deal.
I really
Because
hope
if
he is too.
then that
Well,
means that there's a very good chance these kids are alive.
I know.
That would
Ray of hope.
be a very, very odd timing for them to come out as soon as he starts going on social media. And he said that the police have asked him to talk, and he won't.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because he doesn't trust. It was pretty funny. He goes on his cursing rant, but he doesn't trust the police. Basically.
Yes, Karen. That's what, every time I hear his name, that's what I think of as Bewitched. Because
NAGG sent us an avocado that's doing weights and says, keep it up. And thank you so much, NHGG.
So let's get into the motive here. Here's why he thinks that Malaya, what was going on in the home, why she may have been looking to leave with the kids.
I firmly believe that my first sort of dig into this found that the arrows were pointing hard at Malaya and Daniel.
Yeah.
And it came to be that there's a lot more pointing at Malaya with the actual problem with the kids disappearing than Daniel. Daniel is confused. He thinks he knows what happened,
right?
And he knows part of it, but believe it or not, he is very desperate. He's just sick about Meadow, but I'm not saying he's totally innocent in this. But
right.
Listen, there's been no big crimes. There's been no big murders. There's been no big huge abductions. There's been no children getting sold for drugs. It's all been overworked. It's all been overblown. And what's happening here right now? And this is 99%. I'm absolutely sure. What's happening here right now is there was a young couple together. They had kids. They were stuck out in the country. Well, Malaya wasn't very happy because it's pretty damn boring out there. and a couple others, and they were having their differences. There was I won't say which one. There was one not disciplining the kids enough, and there was another disciplining the kids a little bit, like believed in.
Yeah, so you see what that's kind of what what we were talking about earlier. I think what he's saying is that the one that's doing the disciplining is Daniel. That's the
impression I got too.
Not is her.
And that she was trying to get away. That was the impression I got. Yeah.
So,
but that's not the way to go about it.
Right. So, but this is what he's laying out.
But if that is the case, this is very good.
Yes.
But We don't know if that's actually the case. This is what this man believes based on the stuff that he knows that he may not be sharing with us.
Right. And
Right?
he's in the area, related, and knows both sides of the family. So,
Right.
Supposedly, from what he's told.
And Paul had a good can you see the screen?
RCMP, Paul Richardson says RCMP are so bad. There are currently 122 active cases listed under Nova Scotia's rewards for a major unsolved crimes program, where rewards of up to $150,000.
And I've heard a lot of people complain about RCMP. I don't know, but I've heard a lot of complaints.
Okay. So Mohawk Mom is saying, well, he told Justin that he called and also spoke to RCMP, and they will not listen to him. So
that's not what he says on this.
Right. So that's a red flag, right?
We got to listen to it in context.
Yeah, we'd have to listen to it in context.
See if he's talking
Hmm.
what he's talking about. Maybe there was a certain thing he wanted. So NHGG, yes, great job, very welcome. Wish I could do more.
Oh,
No,
that was very
appreciate it.
sweet
Very
of you to think of us. Very sweet.
Women's Warrior had something good up here too. I believe Daniel is trying his hardest to get Malaya to contact him. He tried love bombing, he tried protection, he tried mental health. Now it's accusing.
Maybe. I mean,
yes, I think I'm seeing him differently.
Oh, okay. Mohawk also said he did tell Justin that Daniel will spank Lily and Jack.
Right. And so, if you're
this is good information as well. Scott Armstrong, Nova Scotia's Minister of Opportunities and Social Development, confirmed in an interview that the agency had a file on the children prior to their disappearance. There was some speculation as to whether or not there was a social services account on them, and he said Derwood said he didn't believe there was, because he mentions that in this interview specifically.
Wow. Hey,
so that's interesting.
Paul,
Yeah, so
if I
that's
give
a
you
new
our
one to
email
me.
address, Paul, can you send me that link
Yeah, I didn't see that. But
to
that's
that
really,
interview? If you
that's a
have
I
big,
would love to watch that interview.
That's a big deal. If that's
that is a big deal.
Well, here is our email.
Because
I've changed our email.
When you listen to Derwood and he's siding in this situation with Daniel, you don't know what's going on behind people's doors. What spanking to Daniel might look like something worse to Malaya
and her family, as well.
Where did you put the email?
I'm putting it in right now.
Paul said he would send it to you.
Thank you so much, Paul. I really appreciate it.
Rosebud says you see the similarities to Sebastian's
there's
case.
so many similarities, so many.
I kind of hope that this is
if this turns out to be what this is.
Yeah.
I mean,
and Paul, that's crimecast at proton.me. Crimecast at proton.me. In case
I changed it because the Proton does a lot of bells and whistles for free to protect your email. So
yes, that's why I did a Proton.
Mm-hmm.
We are going to talk about this case at some point. We haven't ever covered it, but I just want to point out, Real Me Too says, in case anyone is interested, there's a memorial for the 3 Decker girls at Rocky Reach Park, 7 p.m. Friday. They are asking people to wear green, pink, or purple and bring a candle.
My goodness.
Oh, that's such a sad case.
If you are in the area and would like to do that, or
where
there probably will be.
I don't remember the area they were found.
They're Pacific Northwest. Are they Oregon?
Oh, is Washington.
Washington.
Right? I don't know. I'll tell y'all, my mind lately has not been as sharp. I'm no Mohawk Mom or Real Me Too.
Why does everyone always blame the step parents? Not all step parents are bad or abusive.
I don't think they are.
I think it depends on what you're talking about. Blame. I think Derwood's blaming Malaya for the actual disappearance.
You're right.
Yes.
And then Daniel
Hi, Lisa.
For what was going on in the home. And it's just statistics. It's statistics on the step parents. It's just playing the odds, I don't know that it's anything malicious. It's like if there's violence, it's more likely to be a male than a female. It's just the way the statistics are.
Okay, time out for 1 second on the story. We forgot to do our question of the night. Remember, we talked about this
I remember
earlier.
we talked about doing one, but what was the question? I don't know what we said.
Well, we didn't say, but Detroit Rock City says that every time you say Derwood, it reminds her Bewitched. I dream of she said Bewitched. I dream of Jeannie. Beverly Hillbillies are all my favorites back when TV was fun.
Yeah, and Indora would call Darren Derwood.
Yeah. So I think that could be a good question for the night.
Okay.
What is your favorite? Okay, in chat, I want you guys to write just have a little break here.
Sure.
What is your favorite TV show of all time?
Okay, so not nostalgic type.
Oh, well, we could do it. We could do it like that. We could do a nostalgic. What would you prefer? Because I've got a ton of nostalgic.
Oh, I've got a lot of nostalgic, but I can tell you what my favorite one of all times is, which is
I know what
different.
yours is.
Yes.
Okay, let's do nostalgic. Let's do what you watched as a child. Your favorite
what
show
your
as a
favorite show
child.
Growing up.
Yeah. Childhood television.
Oh, NHGG. Oh, NHGG. You and I have just become best friends because the Brady Bunch is mine for sure.
So Paula says, okay, he was a child abuser. Simple as that. Daniel, you don't hit children, especially ones who aren't yours. You bully of children. And it's, you know,
we don't know that for sure.
We don't know that for a fact. That was just someone's speculation.
Yeah.
Oh, Shirley H likes Mickey Mouse Clubhouse. Susie B likes Petticoat Junction.
I used to love that one too.
Petticoat. Woo. I love that.
I don't know which one I would pick. I think between.
Okay, hold on. We got to go through this. Oh, Sue loved the Waltons. All of these are my favorite shows. I'll leave it to Beaver, Sierra.
See, I would pick Gilligan's Island. That's somebody else said that one.
Karen Powers
said, yeah, that would. I would love to come home after school and watch Gilligan's Island.
I think Gilligan's Island. If I'm thinking of like that live action sitcom type of,
I love that. I also loved Bewitched. I
loved Bewitched. Yeah.
Gilligan's
and
Island.
I loved Green Acres. I loved Green Acres. I loved Petticoat Junction.
Can I tell you a funny Mr. and Mrs. E tidbit? You may not even know this, Auntie. We went as the Professor and Marianne once for Halloween.
Oh, okay. No, I don't know if I knew that.
Little House. I make the kids, Crystal, I make the kids watch Little House because there's so many good values taught on that show. I always do.
It's a good one. You never have to worry about anything questionable on there.
Beverly Hillbillies.
I used to love I Dream of Jeannie too. Gosh.
Knots Landing. Our mom loved that show.
Well, you know, Paula says you've all just found out Daniel hurt the kids, yet no red flags.
We don't know that for a fact.
We've
heard that someone is speculating that. We don't know that for a fact until the police tell us that for a fact.
Yeah.
No, we do not know that.
It's a he said, she said right now.
And I would like to see that interview. But we don't know, even if he does have reports, we don't know what's in those reports.
We don't know if it's about Daniel.
Yeah, they said that they confirmed there were reports.
They didn't say what kind of reports.
Yeah, we don't know what's actually happened there.
Okay.
Ooh, my favorite Martian.
Mary Tyler Moore. A YouTuber was Lost in Space. Mr. E likes the modern Lost in Space. Happy Day.
It almost depends on the age I was.
These are all my favorites. So
I'll tell you one that I've not seen on here. It was a Saturday show.
See if I can guess it. Okay, give me a hint.
It's a Saturday. It came on Saturdays, but it wasn't a cartoon.
It's the one where they're lost somewhere in like a
Land of the Lost.
Land of the Lost. The Slee Stacks. I love the Slee Stacks.
She and I watched it all the time.
But that was your favorite show?
On Saturdays.
On Saturdays, that was my favorite.
There was nothing else.
I loved it.
I loved that show because it had the girl from. It wasn't the girl from Witch Mountain.
No, she kind of looked like her. They made her look like her, but it wasn't her.
Oh yeah, so Andy Griffith's show too.
Oh, the Munsters. I used to love the Munsters too.
Well, you didn't say yours.
Mine?
No, he didn't.
What mine was?
Yeah.
It depends. If we're doing kind of like the black and white sitcom type, it's probably Gilligan's Island.
Oh.
if I'm doing that.
MASH, Adam
But somebody
12,
said Dukes of Hazzard.
Dukes of
And
Hazzard.
when I was in kindergarten or so, Dukes of Hazzard was the show.
Right.
I mean, that was I could not miss that show.
I'll tell you one that I wasn't that crazy about. I watched it some, and some people have mentioned it, is Addams Family. It just didn't. I mean,
Okay.
it was okay.
You're
but
wrong about
I didn't
that.
love it. I didn't.
You're
Not like
absolutely
the
100%.
Munsters. Like if
You
I
are
was a Munster
100% wrong.
kid.
Just you're 100% wrong. The Addams
I love
Family
the
was
Munsters.
amazing.
I just didn't love
Mork
it.
and Mindy. Oh, I love that too. I love that too. Cosby Show, Different World. Hee Haw. That's awesome.
I like
Partridge
Family. I like Starsky and Hutch really well too.
Oh, you sure did. And we used to watch the Hardy Boys a lot.
Yes,
The Hardy
Nancy
Boys
Drew.
was one we watched a lot.
Yes.
I love.
All right, let's go back back to our regularly scheduled channel.
Okay, that was fun. That was our fun break. Oh, Lisa B always says, "I love Davy and Goliath." What was that one?
I don't
know that one.
I don't know that one either. I saw the.
Is that Canadian?
Please tell us where that's from. Oh, I like chips too. Every afternoon after school, chips.
Rosebud says, "Do you remember the Hollywood Palace?"
I didn't know that one either.
I don't know that one. Oh, Sunset Gazing, HR Puffin stuff.
Loved that.
Yeah.
That
Was that the one that had?
That was the Croft. It was a Croft video, and I loved HR Puffin stuff.
What was the one with Gary Gnu with the Gnu's? What was that? Great Space Coaster. Great Space
Coaster. But I loved HR Puffin stuff.
Well, we will get back to this subject on our live because this seems to be a very exciting subject for everybody.
Can I tell you a quick story about a TV show?
Absolutely.
So-
Dragnet. Emergency.
So when I was little, I was a huge.
These are great.
I was a huge Batman fan.
Yeah.
Like the Adam West Batman, you know?
Mhm.
Oh yeah.
And,
Oh, we love that show too.
Right. So, but they took it off of rerun at some point when I was a kid.
We used to watch it on Sundays.
Yeah,
But
it was on every
There
Sunday.
used to be. So my mom would write because we wanted it back. So my mom would write and call the stations relentlessly to like sending them letters to get that show back on.
That's amazing.
And they came back. And I'm not sure that it wasn't because of my mom.
Your mom had her hand in a lot.
Got it back in the rerun. My mother was relentless. So,
but that's what you have to
pretty
love
funny.
about her, you know.
If there was something like that, she would
What
work
was
the
that
system until she got what she
scary
wanted.
show on Saturday night that was like late at night? It was scary. And I would watch it and I would always be like, why am I watching this? I'm so scared.
Tales from the Crypt.
No.
I don't know.
It was late at night on Saturday night. If anybody knows what it was scary.
Was it Twilight Zone?
It wasn't Twilight Zone. I watched Twilight Zone some, but there was another one.
Wasn't Creep
Jeepers
Show.
Creepers. It was
Jeepers Creepers.
Yes, that's it.
I don't remember that one. I watched
It
Tales
was
from the
scary.
Crypt.
It was scary.
21 Jump Street. Okay, this is fun, y'all. All right. Well, I actually loved the 80s version of Twilight Zone a lot.
David and Goliath was on Sunday mornings before we went to church.
Oh.
I don't. So it must have been. Was it like a biblical show, like David and Goliath? And
I bet it was.
I bet it was. But it was cute though.
I definitely don't remember.
All right, that was fun. We have to get back to work.
So
Shock
this is,
theater.
Oh yeah.
This I just have labeled as argument. So I don't remember why, but this is let's see what happens here.
They had a few arguments, they had a bad stretch for a while.
Right.
And Malaya was complaining and bitching to some members of the family. And she lost her temper or lost her control a little bit, and she was like seriously complaining, saying she wanted out of there and stuff like this, right? And then there was some stuff she said that really wasn't true, but I think she was exaggerating her position.
Right.
Now, some members of the family took that seriously, and they decided on their own. To look into it, right?
Right.
And okay.
Now he's not wanting to talk.
That's all I better say about that for now.
Yeah.
So that's what we're getting into there. Like she's suggesting that Daniel's hurting the children in some way. Derwood, really with no way to know, is taking Daniel's position that is he being exaggerated?
But
Malaya blew it out of proportion.
he may know, if he's who he says he is, he may know her better and know, you don't know. You just don't know.
It's also, you don't often want, when things happen close to home, people you love and know well, you kind of don't want to believe things about them.
True.
And people often have these dark things behind closed doors. So however, either way this played out, Malaya went and told family about whatever was happening at home. Whether she exaggerated it or it was true, the family she told it to, according to Derwood, took this very seriously and started to take matters into their own hands. Maybe that's how these reports got made with this. I didn't catch the name somebody mentioned earlier. Maybe that's how something got filed.
Scott Peterson, or was that his name?
Yeah.
Right.
Maybe that's what prompted that. I don't know. So, but anyway, so we're seeing possible motive for why the kids are not fair, right? So then,
oh yeah, Paul sent me that. Thank you so much, Paul. That's
thank you,
awesome.
Paul. I appreciate it. So let's go to. So then, this is when he gets into. I've got this labeled Malaya made an awful mistake, according to Derwood. That doesn't look like the right.
Lisa B always Google it, y'all.
Okay, here we go.
Oh man, I have to be a subscriber.
All right, so
to read it. Darn it. Thank you for sending that.
Yeah, this is short here.
I had to say something real quick to Aunt E. Did you see that Rosebud said Gumby and Pokey?
Gumby and Pokey. I used to love Gumby.
We loved Gumby and Pokey.
Yeah.
Oh, did you? What?
An overrated one for me, probably the Gumby and Pokey.
I love Gumby.
You have to imagine, though, we also got, our parents also probably shouldn't have, but they let us watch Saturday Night Live, and we got to enjoy Eddie Murphy as Gumby.
Oh, yes.
And so that made you love.
I was in high school, though.
I wasn't.
I know you weren't, but I was. And I mean, I
got to watch everything you watched.
Yeah, but I didn't even think back then that was bad at all. Now things are a lot different, but I didn't think it was that bad.
Ivy League, yay! I'm so happy you're here too. And for crying out loud, we've just got all the friends here tonight.
Paul said paste the link into it.
Instead of clicking. Oh, okay. Let me try that.
Yeah, we'll play that for sure. Do you want to do it now, or do you want to finish? I've got
Let's
three more.
Let's finish this. I have to step away for a minute.
And Betsy said she liked Wonderful World of Disney on Sunday night. We always watched that.
I didn't know Walt Disney had passed away. I thought he was still alive.
Oh, when those were on. Yeah. I did too. I didn't know.
I loved all the ones where they would do the like go into the other countries with the animals and stuff. Wild World of Disney.
Yeah.
Wonderful World of Disney, or not, that's Wild World of Sports. Wonderful World of Disney. That's what it was.
It's funny. We all got, that's one thing that kids definitely miss, because we all had the shared TV experiences, because there were like 4 options,
Oh yeah.
If you're our age.
And now there's so many options. It's not even funny. So you don't really have that camaraderie with people to talk about shows that happened.
No. Yeah. You can't even.
Like everybody watched Love Boat and Fantasy Island on Saturday night. So you knew everybody would talk about what happened, or Dallas on Friday night, or Knots Landing on Thursday night. Everybody had the same shows.
She can remember the days just like I can.
Yeah.
Isn't that funny? Because I remember the days and the lineups. Do you remember what went head to head with Dukes of Hazzard? Because I had to flip back and forth with the I didn't even have a remote. I had the dial.
I was older, so I don't really remember that.
Yeah. Knight Rider.
Knight
Head to
Rider.
head with Dukes.
Oh, well,
Drove me nuts.
So
yeah.
Anyway,
I would have had to catch Knight Rider.
Let's
do
this. We need
I
to
would
save
catch
this.
I would catch the Batman though that Mr. E liked. We would watch that on Sunday along with local wrestling. So you had Star Trek, Batman, and local wrestling on Sundays. That was the lineup for Sundays.
And then later on, when I got older, PBS would show Anne of Green Gables on Sundays, and I loved Anne of Green Gables.
Yeah,
I was probably watching something else. I don't know what it was.
Mm-hmm.
So I've got 3 more of these we'll do, and then we'll play the
but I also have to step away and
Yeah.
do medicine and
I'll catch you up
and
when you get
dogs
back.
and things
Yeah, I got
because
you.
And
it's
Shirley
that
H
time.
had a question too about kind of what he said. She said Darwood said keyword Malaya lost control. What did she lose control of? The kids
That's
or
a good
what?
question. That's a good
You know what?
question.
Yeah, and he does use that term lose control or lost control.
Oh, and Ivy League says, OMG, I loved Love Boat Dallas and Knots Landing. Oh, us too. I would watch Benny Hill. I forgot about that one. That's another one we'd watch. with
Oh,
my
you know what?
dad,
You
even though
know
I
one
didn't
that I
fully
bet
understand
no
it.
one on this that here has heard of. It was on the British Broadcasting Network, and I think I don't know if it was on PBS, but my grandmother used to watch it, and I would spend the night with her on Saturday nights. It was called Mary Hartman. Mary Hartman.
I had to watch it too.
That's
Oh
vaguely
my
familiar.
gosh!
Mary
It-
Hartman. Mary Hartman.
Where are
Vaguely
you?
familiar.
Yes.
Yeah.
She loved that show. And it
I know.
probably wasn't
She would
something we should have been
crack up.
watching.
She would crack up about it.
Yeah.
So anyway, that was one I bet nobody's heard of.
Dreaming of Blue Sky says WWE, Hulk Hogan, Ric Flair. My brother always made me watch it all growing up. LOL. That's funny.
I like the wonder. What was the one? Everybody wants you, and they walk around. And they were twins. They were hilarious.
What?
The twins, the twin wrestlers. They were wrestlers.
Oh.
And they came out. They came out to the song "Everybody Wants You" every time. That was their theme song.
Oh, absolutely. NHGG. Absolutely. Do you want to email me? I'll put the email in there again.
Always happy to help with
We're
that if we
always
can.
happy to help. Absolutely. I'm trying to remember the email.
And Rosebud said, "Remember when it was always a big deal when Evel Knievel was going to make a jump, and it would be on TV, and everybody would be watching like whatever he was jumping."
Okay,
I remember
time out.
that.
How nervous was everyone in chat when the first time that Fonzie jumped the cars on Happy Days?
Well,
The
what about the time
first
he jumped the shark?
No, that's a totally different thing because that's a whole. What I'm saying is the first time he jumped those cars, were you guys not worried about him?
Probably.
I was
don't know that
terrified.
remember it,
I remember being terrified.
And Fonzie was so. I mean, now that you see him when he acts, he is like so far from the character he portrayed on that show. He's like not anything like him.
I know
at all.
it's hysterical. It's
It
absolutely
is.
hysterical.
Yeah.
Hi, Jen. I'm not sure how to say that.
And
Gendromedia.
Shirley, it's called. If you
Welcome.
look at the scrolling on the bottom, it's called Criming Shame.
Yes.
Is the one that we're listening to right now. She asked what channel it was.
I Am Two Bears says completely nervous. See.
Let's get.
Okay. We have to get back to it.
Do you want to get him? Do you want to hear this first, or do you want to?
I heard all of it, so
Okay.
I'm gonna do that real quick.
Okay. So this I have labeled as Malaya. He says Malaya made an awful mistake. It's kind of short, but
Malaya made an awful mistake is what happened, and then she made a bad mistake. There was some people involved with her. They made a bad mistake thinking they were doing something good, and before they realized what happened, things blew up so quick. The Mounties moved in so quick with the dogs.
Right.
The searchers and everything started so quick that by the time they realized, oh, Jesus, what did we do? It was gone too far. They couldn't back out of it.
Well, that's where.
So that's what he thinks happened there.
Mhm.
So essentially, it's kind of what we've thought in the Sebastian Rogers case in a way, is that Malaya had a plan of some kind that involved getting the kids out of the house, and it had no idea that things would blow up to the degree that they did. And then once the ball got rolling, what do? How do you get out of the situation without going to prison? And I think we've wondered if something similar didn't happen in the Sebastian Rogers case, where they never could have anticipated the 1,000 people searching, international news, that this would still be a hot missing person case, over a year later. And in both situations, boy, there are some similarities, aren't there? So
Mhm.
Sebastian's case, you've got the autism that was put out right away. If you think the parents in that case are guilty of something or of some kind of role, they probably would have thought that the autism would make people think this was just another autistic person that wandered off into the woods that will likely be found in a pond, because that's usually what happens in those cases, right? And similarly here, they also kind of tried to press this autism thing, even though they don't even have a diagnosis, just suspected possible autism. But that keeps getting pushed out as part of the narrative too, almost like it makes you wonder if that narrative is being pushed to try to steer you away from the truth, which may be that there's something else that happened that has, other than them wandering off into the woods and getting lost, like many autistic children do. Well, that is similar that way.
I hadn't really thought about that.
But yeah, so this might be similar in that this whole thing became a much bigger thing than they ever could have dreamt. If for Malaya, she was just trying to get out and get the kids somewhere safe, what was her end game there?
Mm-hmm. Jules said one huge difference in the Sebastian case was the press releases are way different. Yes, the information's way different for sure. And thank you so much for the super chat, Jules.
Yes, thank you, Jules to Callie. Appreciate that very much. Well, let's get into this part. So this is Lisa B always says it makes no sense, in my opinion, why report Lily and Jack as missing. So here is where I've got this labeled as kids in vehicle. So this is where he talks about, yeah.
We don't hear anything. Mr. E?
Yes.
We're not hearing anything.
Oh, really?
No. Yes. Nothing's playing.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. All right. Well, I'll go back. Can't even read lips on that. So let's see. 17. All right. This should be pretty close.
Early in the morning.
Right.
Malaya was on the side of the road, and Janie showed up and surprised the shit out of Malaya.
She was on the side of the road?
Yep. I believe this is not fact.
Okay. Speculation.
I can't prove it.
Okay.
I believe that Janie just missed the kid transfer. I believe that Janie just missed the kids being put into a vehicle.
Okay, so we heard it that time, right? Auntie, you were able to hear it?
Yes.
So what he's saying here is that Malaya had walked down to that highway, that road.
Right.
That he believes that Malaya got the kids into a car from some friend of the family or family member or whoever he suspects. He seems to have an idea who that person is. And that Janie, which is Daniel's mother that lived in that trailer with on the same property,
came up on her on the road on the road.
And that Malaya was surprised to see her, may not have even realized she was home. That's what he's stating there. If that's the case, and Malaya was surprised. So if she was seen by Janie, then whatever plan she had got derailed in that moment. Right?
Right. And in NHGG said, I tried. Can I please share my email? I guess I'm not computer savvy, but I know that you can help a mom who is alone and needs help.
Are you on X? You can message us on X. Do you want to do it that way if you have an X account? Just so you don't have to put your email out here.
We can put our email on there if you want to email us.
Yeah, I think I think she tried to.
Oh,
Um,
I'll put it up again. It's Crimecast at proton.me.
yeah, if you have the X account, you can message us that way too. Or
Yeah, if you have us on X, you can message us.
yeah. And we'll I understand. And if no, and that she needs help. Who is it you said your mother?
Who is it that needs help?
Oh, I help a mom. Okay, so a friend of yours, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm happy to try to help, I mean, we don't have all the answers, of course, but there are lots of things that that can be done. There are lots of proactive things you can do. So we'd be happy to try to help with what we can. Sure. And or yeah, save the email and try, just write it down maybe, or take a screenshot of it and save it, and maybe that'll work too. But
It is
if not, we'll find a way to get in touch.
It is just Crimecast at proton.me. Is that right?
I
think so. That's the one she shared.
Mrs. E will know. I don't even know our email on this.
I think it is. I think she put it up earlier.
Yeah, scrolling back to see. Maybe that was the problem. When she comes back, we'll put it back up again. Make sure.
Yes, thank you so much. I tried now.
Mystery E-Crimecast, I would have thought. Maybe that was a mistake. But we'll put it up when she comes back. So here I've got this. This is a bit of a longer segment, and this is the last one I have from this interview. This was kind of towards the end, and this is where he, after this, he kind of spills the beans, I think.
Can you confirm this is what you believe, that Malaya had planned, I guess, to get the kids out of there so to make it easier for her to leave with Meadow that morning? And so she took the kids to the end of the driveway and handed them off, not to get the kids away from Daniel, but just to make it easier for her to leave that situation? Is that kind of, in a nutshell, what you're thinking? And then the RCMP response was so quick, I think, because of the missing kayaker or whatever, and they had the RCMP and the dogs and the drones and everything there a lot quicker, and everything just kind of went so quick and blew up so fast.
So I included her question there because she did such a nice job of kind of getting the whole Derwood theory in a nutshell within her question.
Yeah, she panicked and was scared to get in trouble, so she didn't speak up and say, I have the kids, they're not missing.
Exactly. No, exactly. And I think if you see what I mentioned before, now this is partly theory, this little wee part of it, and you've got everything right down pat as far as I'm concerned about that situation. You're right on the money. There's one little thing that I already said to that I made. I don't think you missed it because I probably talked too fast or something. But the one thing that surprised her, that buggered up her plan, and this is only conjecture,
Jamie.
but it's pretty tight. She didn't know that Janie was home. She never thought Janie was home. So I think her plan was, when those kids went down the road, I think Daniel was asleep, and I think she was going to go back in, take the baby, and bail. But you see, Janie was home and got awakened and came out to the side of the road. And that's when you've heard Daniel say that she was kind of stunned on the side of the road and looking guilty when he came out, because Janie was already there, and that she was looking guilty and that she was playing with her phone.
Yeah.
So I think like Janie sort of caught her unintentionally and didn't know she caught her. Like, she wondered what she was doing out the side of the road that early.
Right.
And from what I understand the conversation, Janie never had much. Janie looked at Malay and said, "What did you do?" And Malay just stood there stunned.
Oh, okay.
Now that's what I heard. And then,
Yeah.
Now this part of this I can't prove because I wasn't there.
Right.
But that's what that's what I think occurred. But everything else you just said is right on the button.
So that's okay. After hearing that, let's just out of curiosity, if you in general believe Derwood's version of the story as he understands it, put a 1 in the chat. If you doubt his story significantly, you think this is not how things have played out and that there's something else going on, put a 2 in the chat. I'm just kind of curious where our audience is at with Derwood. If you're all thinking that that he's largely got it right, or if you think that he's pushing a narrative, you don't quite trust the situation. Okay, so far pretty mixed, actually.
Yeah, very mixed. 1s and 2s. I mean,
yeah,
there's about half and half.
I am 2 bears going 3. What is the third option? I am 2 bear. Just curious. What would be a third option? Maybe not sure. Maybe not sure. Yeah, so we're pretty okay. Actually, a lot of 2s. So maybe we're not trusting Derwood here.
I don't know. I don't know. I kind of felt like in just listening to him and the way he was saying things, I didn't feel like he was making up a story. I think he's going on facts and information that he has gotten. Whether it's true information or not is possibly speculative, but I think that the information he has, he believes is correct.
Right. He might be wrong, but he thinks he's telling the truth.
Right.
He
Exactly.
understands it.
It's based on his reality.
Yeah, I'm not 100% either way on it either, actually. But so I didn't play this, but later after this segment, he gets angry at someone in the chat for calling him a liar, basically, or whatever. And he goes on kind of while he's angry to say, well, this was told to me straight from Daniel. So what that story is, according to Derwood, relayed to him from Daniel. So,
but I thought there were parts that he actually says that he got from Malaya's family, and not just from Daniel, but from her family directly.
Yeah, he does that, but it's that part, the part about the street. He says he got that, I think, from Daniel.
Well, and that would make sense that he got it from Daniel if that was his mother, and his mother said, "Hey, when I saw her on the street and she was acting weird." But this goes back to my phone forensics. If she was arranging a pickup for the kids, wouldn't she have had some text messages or phone calls to another person that would, before all this happened, to kind of indicate something else was going on? That should be something that could be easily proven.
But you would probably have, since the children would have had a scent down the driveway. But I mean, of course, it's their home, so maybe that wouldn't be. But I don't know. Did they say there was no scent on their driveway? Did they ever make that?
I thought it was a scent to the end of the driveway.
So
that's what I thought.
Oh,
That's what
well, that would fit the story.
Yeah, it would.
And
most people are thinking it's Daniel's story and it's changed.
Well, I was going to say, Andrea says, bingo, it's Daniel's story, which has changed many times. And she's right. It has changed a few times.
And that's another thing. Karen said, in why hasn't this guy cashed in on the reward? Well, with the reward just came up right after this guy came out.
Right.
So if you believe Derwood as what he says, what he claims is he doesn't trust the system to get this case solved. So he's working himself to do what he can do to make it happen. He claims he's worried that if the name gets out there, that the person he thinks took them, or whatever pieces he's put together, that the kids will be moved before authorities can act.
Yeah, his big thing is because he let Malaya's family or Malaya overhear what his theory was, that's why she ran. That's basically what he says. Is he's telling someone, he lets them overhear who he thinks actually picked them up even. I think he even says he suggests who he thinks did it. And she panics and runs with the baby and goes to the reserve. And that's what he's saying precipitated, is he made sure she heard it.
Problem with his reasoning there, though, is he's already tipped them off that he knows where they are. So they're going to have to move if they are hidden somewhere and he knows where they are, and they know he knows. Then they're going to have to move the kids anyway.
I would be curious to hear what he said on Justin's tonight. Mohawk Mom said he either left or got cut off on Justin's live, and he would not answer when Justin called him back. But I would be curious to see what his follow up is, especially if he was getting aggravated with people in the chat yesterday. You know, where did it lead him today? And I mean, I haven't listened to the Dolly one either to see what he said to Dolly. He called Dolly first.
Yeah, I didn't even. Yeah, I haven't listened.
I haven't listened to that one. I thought this one they did a much better job, kind of summarizing and letting him talk. It was really good.
So let's just say, for just out of theoretical possibility, because our audience is kind of split. It looks like we might be leaning a little toward we don't quite believe Derwood.
Yeah, I think that. Yeah, a little, maybe a little more 2 than 1.
Yeah, while you were gone, we kind of did put a 1 in chat if you believe Derwood's version or that he's telling the truth as he understands it, or 2 if you're highly skeptical of Derwood and you're not quite believing his story.
You know, Justin may not mind if we play that section.
We have to find it.
Well, I would say I'm going to guess that one of our lovely people in chat already knows the timestamp.
Well, Romy 2 had to leave, so she's not with us right now.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Justin has told it. Oh, by the way, NHGG tried the email. Was it
he or she said she did? Was it Crimecast at Proton
or Mystery Crimecast? Because I think we had Crimecast.
Hello.
Are you hearing?
Oh, sorry. I gotta.
What's our email?
It is crimecast@proton.me.
Okay.
I thought it might be Mystery or something.
Okay, so NHGG has sent you an email.
I didn't get it. I'm looking right now.
Okay.
Yeah, Justin's told us before we could use his stuff.
Okay.
Because he used one of our things one time, and he was like, "Oh yeah, if you ever need to use, he won't mind." Although just if we want to do it out of courtesy, just because it just happened today, though.
I don't know that he would care, but
Romy 2. We were just wondering if anybody had the timestamp from Justin's video on Derwood this evening when he called in. Oh. Mohawk Mom also said Justin called him many times and he did not answer. Someone in the chat said that Derwood was typing on another live, not sure if he called in.
Yeah, it seems like he's watching a lot of the lives.
Thank you, Lola.
You know, it's always possible that there was,
attention seeking.
Mm-hmm. Well, he also explains why he has been calling in, and they mentioned that he called in to Dolly's and then to theirs, but he said, I want to get it out there. He said he wanted to make noise in hopes that it would generate the police to do something. That's what he said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just, we got to be
cautious. We don't know.
We can't,
you don't know.
I'm actually glad
how many wacky people have called, with information with Sebastian,
in many other cases.
Oh,
too.
Yes.
So you never really know. I feel like Derwood has some actual knowledge. I just don't know if I trust all of Derwood's conclusions.
I think you can punch some holes in his theory, for sure.
I don't think it's a complete hoax. Like he doesn't actually know the family, I guess is what I mean. I think he knows the family.
Well, the thing is too, he's got a pretty distinct voice too. So the family probably knows he's doing this.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Mohawk Mom said he was sure defending Daniel on Justin's live.
he might be wrong.
It's
I don't
possible.
think he's a complete hoaxer. Like it just came out of the blue. He's just some guy that doesn't even know the family. Like I don't think that.
Can you check the email again? They ask if it went through this time.
Okay, I'll check.
Mohawk Mom says, in my opinion, I think Derwood is Daniel's brother. In my opinion,
Yeah, that's
yeah.
yeah.
If it's someone that close to Daniel,
No, I can give you. Let me give you another one. Let me give you a different one. I'll have to find what the. Let me see.
Well,
let me try doing a Gmail.
And Andrew said, yeah, that's what I was going to say. So,
yeah.
So supposedly someone is hiding these children and risking going to prison.
So this is why I wanted to kind of play out the theory, because let's see if it makes any sense. Okay, let's say you're Malia, and for whatever's going on in the home, you want out. You want the kids out, and you come up with the idea that rather than make a big production of it, you're going to sneak the kids away.
Right.
With a relative. And maybe relatives maybe it's their idea. Maybe it's Malaya's idea. Whoever's idea it is like, you know what? Let's get the kids out of there. We've already called CPS. I'm just kind of theorizing. So if we believe that CPS, or Canada's version of CPS, has already been involved, nothing's happened. I mean, that wouldn't be hard to believe, because nothing ever, maybe nothing happens here either until several reports are made. So maybe she's worried about the children, or the family members are worried about the children, and they're like, let's just get them out of there. I'm going to pull up to your house 8 in the morning, 10 in the morning, whatever time we believe happened. Daniel will be asleep. You walk the kids out to the car.
Thank you, Lolo.
We'll meet at a certain time, and we'll get the kids out, and then you'll just tell Daniel, I don't know what happened to the kids. Maybe they ran away. Maybe because of the way you've treated them, or something like that.
I don't know.
Does that make sense? Does that pass the test? A scenario like that? And then she's thinking, what? When Daniel's not paying attention, she takes Meadow too? Or did he not ever hurt Meadow because that's his child? Did he only take his wrath out on the children that were not his?
Thank you, Romy, too.
And it was those two that needed protection. And the thinking being, when the time is right, she'll leave Daniel also, and say, oh, well, you know what? All along I've had the kids. They're not yours anyway. And then the report gets made.
And Romy, too, I've also had a timestamp of 40:30.
I've got it ready whenever he's ready.
Maybe she had bad logic, a bad plan.
Well, I just feel like,
I mean, people make bad. I mean, they're
they make snap decisions and make bad choices.
They're young too, guys.
Yeah,
they're young.
They're very young.
Let's say something like that. Could that be? And then whoever took the kids for her to help her out to hide the kids are like, what the heck do we do now?
Right.
Now we've all committed like major crimes.
Right.
Hoaxes.
And that's what I think that the Derwood fellow was saying last night. He's worried that it needs to get resolved quickly.
Yeah.
For their sake.
So how would you get out? What is she thinking now? That you just go years? If they're, and whoever's helping her. I mean, it's not just going to blow over to a point where you can just walk them back into life again.
Well, I'm kind of curious as to what he actually said tonight, because Thought Criminal said Derwood said Malaya is with her native family on the reservation with Meadow, and then said CPS has Meadow and Malaya won't talk to even her family. He's a clown, in my opinion. So
could be.
He could be, yeah.
Let me read that one more time. Who wrote that?
Thought Criminal. And hello, Thought
Derwood
Criminal.
See, I was wondering if she was even
so
native to this reserve. I didn't even know for sure, because her family didn't live on the reserve.
Maybe he's starting to contradict himself in other phone calls. If that's the case, maybe that's why folks are starting to
Right. That's
questioned
what
her
I'm
was.
saying. We,
Yeah.
you know, like I said, we've had people call and say crazy stuff in the
Yeah.
cases that just the few cases that we've covered.
Well, do you
Well,
want?
and Jules said no, that's not what he said. So maybe we should listen to what he said on
Yeah.
Justin's.
And Rosebud had an interesting thought too. Were they receiving aid due to the kids? Maybe she was afraid he wouldn't let her leave because the money would be gone.
Well, I wondered
mean,
if
who
I
knows?
would have wondered if
Maybe.
the biological dad was paying any kind of child support.
Don't know.
I mean, because he said he had the grandmother interview. His mother said he had walked away and they hadn't seen them in 3 years
Would
or
you
year and
like?
a half.
Would you like me to pull up Justin's?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's do that and see what.
And
How long is Justin's? Do we know?
I do not know, but I do want to point out that
They said it wasn't
we
long.
are slackers. Look at this. Look at this screen. This. I mean, wow.
This is why Justin's channel is awesome.
Yes.
He does a great work.
He
Yes.
is.
I
Justin
mean, he
is
really
awesome.
does.
Let me take off the
And
banner.
he has
for
great
crime.
glasses.
He does.
So what is this? He's got up. Who was really awake that morning? Oh yeah, so that story has changed. Who was awake?
Now,
for
and somebody
Daniel?
said, wasn't the bio dad in jail? He actually was not in jail. He lived,
according to the grandma.
he lived with his mother.
Yeah. So there's been some misinformation in this case.
Okay. Let's see. All right. This is
Yeah,
a few seconds before he comes on.
So, but before we do it, I just remind me when we get done with this, I want to go back into Daniel's perspective on this whole thing.
Okay.
Are you there?
Hello.
Yes,
Yeah, I'm here. Can you?
I can hear you now. What's up?
Hello. You can hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. What's up with you tonight?
I think there's a little delay between us or something.
Yeah. I think there is quite a delay.
So are you related to Daniel or Malaya?
I'm the relation of Malaya.
Gotcha.
I'm the Malaya side of the family.
Gotcha. Well, thank you so much for calling. I do appreciate it. So,
Well,
that's
good, I guess.
So, what is your thoughts on? First of all, what is your thoughts on everything happening?
Well, things are breaking loose. I'm very disappointed today. The second half of the day sickened me really, but I was very close to finding the last two pieces of important information out.
Mm-hmm.
And I got sort of, Malaya won't talk to anyone.
Right.
Not even her own mother.
Mm-hmm.
And I gained Malaya's trust, and she agreed to talk to me this afternoon to meet, because there was a couple of things that I can only get. I know everything else. I believe I do, and I'm very sure I do. I know everything that happened.
Okay.
I'm friends with Daniel, and I'm friends with Daniel's family, and they trust me. And of course, my family on this side, they trust me.
Uh-huh.
So I'm not overly, I don't know what you call it. I'm not a detective. I'm just a regular guy.
So is Malaya with her mom? Is she still staying with her mom?
No, Malaya took off to the reservation, and she's with her Indian family now, and they're all around her.
Okay, I've heard that. Yeah.
Brooks family. That's where her name Brooks comes from.
Okay.
And she's with the Brooks family right now. And CP.
So he's calling it a reservation. Somebody earlier was saying that Canadians call it reserves. Is that unusual?
Derwood called it a reserve on the interview with the ladies, because
He goes back and forth.
I took note of that, but it is called a reserve, not a reservation.
So would it be very unusual for a Canadian to refer to it as a
Oh,
reservation?
good question.
That's what I'm wondering.
I think they might use it interchangeably, but they typically call it a reserve.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, no, but that could
Only
be
our
suspicious, right?
Canadian friends could help us with that.
I mean,
if we're trying to figure out if this is a real connection or not.
Right.
Yeah.
You like me to keep going?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, took Meadow. No doubt, because she was living at Cindy's place supposedly under 24-hour supervision by her mother and her mother's man.
Right.
But anyway, she ended up. We had a little event there yesterday, and I think I caused it. I meant to stir things up because there was nothing happening, and I meant to stir things up, and I did. And she panicked.
Oh,
this is my belief now.
Hold
she
on.
panicked, grabbed me.
What? Okay, what now?
So Paul Richardson says he says Micmac, and for a local, he should know better.
What does that mean? What's Micmac?
Wasn't that the name of that was one of the names of, is it?
Or Micmac?
Of the reservation. Reserve. Hang on. I saw it.
And
I mean,
someone earlier said that the reservation's not that unusual. So David and Catherine, who
is it just like a social thing where he wouldn't say that? Is it like a slur?
I don't know about Micmac. I'm not sure about that.
Where did he use the word Micmac?
It's Mi'kmaq. Oh.
Oh, instead of Micmac. So Micmac, it's pronounced Mi'kmaq.
Oh.
Gotcha.
Interesting.
That's
the name of the tribe. Oh, now I'm getting it. Now. Oh.
Okay.
Oh, is he back on Criming Shame tonight? Okay.
So,
well, that's kind of interesting, friends.
It's a thing to take note of, right?
Okay. Let's hear what he's got to say.
Meadow and took off to the reservation. And she feels safe at the reservation in amongst her native family. They're all very close.
Okay.
And that's where her lawyer is too. Her lawyer who represents her is a native lawyer. I believe the chief on that reservation is a female now, and I've referred to the chief on that reservation a few times as he. I think it's a female.
Okay.
But anyway, the lawyer she has is the chief's brother. So she feels safe there, and I think she is safe there. Now, you're going pretty hard on Daniel, and I think if you, I've investigated. I had trouble getting in touch with Malaya because she initially took off, hid, and shut right down. Like I said, she wouldn't talk to her mother. She wouldn't talk to anybody in the family at all. She just shut right up. So I spent most of my first time looking into this. My family called me. They live over in Truro, that side of my family, mostly in Truro. I'm 40 miles east of that.
Uh-huh.
And Lansdowne is 20 miles west of me. 20 minutes west of me. So being a member
Mr. E caught something.
So miles?
Would
a Canadian use miles?
Wouldn't it be kilometers?
I would think.
Or kilometers? We heard a reporter say it differently the other day.
So I don't know about this guy.
Yeah, ooh la la caught that too.
Yeah. Yeah, I would think not, unless he's just trying to fit in on an American's YouTube channel. So I don't know about this guy right now.
Well, that is odd, unless I don't know. I mean, they do use kilometers there.
Paul says no.
Yeah, I wouldn't think.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So we might have a
Mohawk
hoax
Mom,
here.
I had no idea you were in Canada. That's funny. I thought you lived in Middle Tennessee. I swear I did. because you just seem to know so much about Sebastian.
We say KM clicks.
Detroit Rock City's from Canada too. My gosh, we have a big Canadian audience. I didn't know this. That's awesome.
Well, I know we've spent some time talking about this person tonight, but it's almost as important to recognize a potential hoaxer as it is somebody that's authentic.
Right.
Because so we've got to really have our guard up on this person.
Faith.
It might be.
Who knows?
Maybe it is.
Well, David and Catherine are being very fair.
Okay.
So.
Yeah.
I'm in Ontario. I use both. Okay.
Is that right? Okay. Well, yeah. I mean,
And Ginger Girl's mom's Mohawk mom. I live beside the reserve in Shannonville, Ontario.
That's
older generation will still say miles because they changed to kilometers and the metric system was in the late 70s.
Okay. And this guy is older. This
I'm
guy
telling you, Mohawk mom is a wealth of information.
I didn't know that Canadians ever used miles.
Did not.
So they
know that
made
either.
the change in the 70s when they were trying to make us make the change, and we said
yes,
no.
and we never did. Yes,
we tried and we said no thanks. But
right.
Canadians went along and did it. That's
and somebody said they did see his picture. He is an older gentleman. He is not young.
Okay,
well, maybe that's right.
And Ginger Girl's mom is also from Canada. I had no idea you guys were all from Canada. I'm excited about our large Canadian audience.
Well, okay, so
we
but it's
appreciate
okay
you.
to be skeptical. I mean, we can't vet this person because we
Right.
don't.
And I think so too. Someone says David and Catherine said he does sound very Nova Scotian. I think he does too. I can hear it in the inflections in his voice that he's got that Nova Scotia kind of accent.
Deanna says a Canadian reporter couldn't pronounce kilometers correctly. Do you remember?
Yeah.
That lady we were listening to.
Yeah.
That's the way isn't that the way she said it?
Yeah, something like that.
Instead of kilometers. Okay.
Okay. Well, okay, so maybe that's a nothing. I mean, it's at least not a.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's not as big a deal as
he
we thought.
does.
Okay.
But,
Well,
I mean, you could fake an accent.
But I think
you know.
you can hear it in his voice. I think you can hear the Canadian accent for sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
I mean, maybe we just
I don't know. That's what we're doing, right? We're trying to figure it out. So let's keep going.
Just be, just kind of keep it in the back of our minds, I guess.
Paul said it's a flag.
I agree with Paul.
Of the family, and then knowing Daniel and knowing his family pretty good, I sort of got caught in the middle of this because my family called me, and they know I know the Mackenzies. Daniel's name is Martel, but his uncles and most of his family, their names are Mackenzie.
Mm-hmm.
And my people in Truro, my family, called me and asked me if I could look into this because for the first 2 weeks I didn't even piece together that these were our kids, that these were in our family. And there was stuff happening around me that I didn't know was connected until after I realized who it was. And then
okay, so what do you think happened to, like, what do you think's going on?
This is why I'm trying to communicate this stuff on social outlets.
Uh-huh.
That's the big deal. This has been worked up so big because just a couple people made a couple little mistakes at the start of this. There's no murder, there's no abduction, there's no child trafficking, there's no big meth house, there's none of that.
Where's the kids? That's the main thing. Just where are they?
This is why I just told you I'm sick to my stomach right now because I was just about to meet with Malaya, and there's one piece of information that I needed off Malaya, and she was ready to give it to me. But then her family on the reservation strongly advised her they didn't think it was safe to talk to me. Now, that's a big mistake because believe this or not, she's my family. And I wanted to help Malaya.
Right.
And I wanted to help her because I do know so much about this, and I know what happened. And believe this or not,
Well, but if you know what happened, why are you not telling? Why are you not telling RCMP?
I told, and this is another thing. Every time I talk on here, people say, "Oh, he's got to tell the cops. Got to tell the cops." I told the cops. They're not acting on. They're not acting on what I told them at all. And the last couple of pieces, the last important piece of information I got, I refused to tell them, and I'll tell you why. What I need Malaya for now is to. I know that Malaya took the kids to the side of the road, and I know she transferred the kids into a vehicle, and this was early in the morning, and I know the vehicle took the kids out of there, the 2 kids. Now, I believe Malaya's intention then, Daniel was asleep, and I believe Malaya's intention then was to go in and get the baby and take the baby and then take off too. Malaya wanted out of there. She wanted out of there for at least a few weeks before the disappearance. And so what she did, she made a mistake doing it that way. But you've got to know Malaya. Malaya is a very mild-mannered person. She's not. There's no aggression in Malaya. She's a very peaceful, mild-mannered person.
She doesn't seem like an aggressive person. She seems like a non-confrontational person.
Very non-confrontational. Does not believe in, like, for kids. She does not believe in any kind of corporal punishment. Like, she does not believe in a slap on the butt or even a slap on the hands. Now Daniel is more old school like myself, and I do believe in I do believe in a slap on the arse once in a while for a kid that's but I mean that's about it.
But why would she? Why would she take the kids and do this and create this big of a stir?
Because number one, she wanted out of there. The relationship was not going so great for a few reasons.
I've heard that.
The relationship, she now financially, Daniel was doing his part. Even though you see all these people on here screaming about Daniel working 1 day a week, well, that's bullshit because the mill he works at is just up the.
Okay, let's just pause for a second.
Yeah, because
there's a lot going on there.
Go ahead.
No, I thought it was just a good time to pause because he's going into the whole mill thing and.
Well, he won't answer the question.
Right, he dodged it. Dodged it.
He wouldn't answer the number one question. Why would she do this?
Right.
When you get to the because what we were trying to talk out 10 minutes ago.
Right.
What's her thinking? How does it?
Well, he does. Do you don't think that he answers it by saying that she didn't? Because they disagreed on how the kids were disciplined.
But he's saying what he says though is that she takes the kids out of the street. They get in the car and go, and she was going to leave with the daughter. Why wouldn't she just get in her car and take them all and leave? He when you get down to the real nuts and bolts of it, the theory he's pushing doesn't really make any sense. If she's going to leave with the daughter, Meadow, and Daniel's asleep, why don't you just grab Meadow and
why don't you just get in the car and take all of them?
And you're gone. And
right.
You text him and say, "Hey, we're out." Why not?
Yeah.
What's the purpose of putting the 2 in the car
and then making up an elaborate story?
And what happened? And when you get into that part, then he starts talking about the sawmill.
Right. Ooh la la says, or wait till he's at work.
Yeah.
Or
even if he just worked 1 day a week, wait till the day he went to work and leave and don't come back.
If he can't explain that part of her thinking, because I can't make sense of that. I want to believe those kids are alive somewhere, but that story doesn't really make sense.
Mohawk, last night he said that Daniel works on Mondays. That's wrong. So I don't know.
I mean, he puts if I don't know if this guy's a complete hoaxer.
I just don't know.
Because he throws in so many details that.
But why insert himself?
I go back to what I said before. He believes what he's saying. It just may not be accurate.
And we've seen that before too.
Yes,
he could be getting manipulated by Daniel.
Correct.
and pushing something that's not accurate.
Right. But I think he believes what he's saying. And I think he believes his theory is correct. But that doesn't mean it is.
When he gets pressed on it, he really won't give the theory, though.
I don't think he's a hoaxer. I think he legitimately knows the situation. I just think his theory doesn't make sense as to why she would do that. If he can't come up with the why.
Yeah. What was the plan?
What was the motive behind doing that?
Yeah. Okay. It's like we get it if the idea was they were not in a good situation. The kids were in a bad situation. She, abusive, whatever it is. She's got to get him out. Why this way?
Right.
Why 2 kids first, then you later?
Is it possible he has the how and not the why right? Do you know what I mean? Like maybe he doesn't, he just, is piecing it together.
He's piecing it together based on what
Daniel's
possibly from Daniel's perspective.
Do you know what I'm saying? From Daniel's perspective, that maybe he's got the how, that the kids were picked up, but not the why. Correct. I don't know. I'm just throwing some.
I don't know. I don't know.
And then also, did you play? When I was putting Big E to bed. Did you play the part where he talks about his Daniel's mother seeing? Okay.
Yes. Okay. Well, and something else someone says it says we were asking too many questions with Justin and he got mad and hung up. That's what they think he, instead of just getting disconnected, they think he hung up on them.
Interesting.
Asking tough questions.
Okay. Well, let's play a little bit more and see if we can hear that. So
the road from where I did live. I just moved not too long ago. It's only a half a mile up the road from where I live.
Mm-hmm.
Justin's glasses look great.
Just on a sec. Going here.
I love them.
The reason I got to know Daniel was my youngest son worked at the same mill with him.
Mm-hmm.
And like I say, they were only half a mile up the road. So they got to be pretty good friends. And they'd stop, of course, at the house. And my son's got an old camper and that down back that he sort of hangs out in by the water. And he enjoys it back there. So we're going to shut this phone off. So,
See, he's got these details.
So I got to know Daniel by his association with my son.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Daniel, when anytime goes around, and Daniel,
I'll have to pause it for a second. What did you say?
He's got too many details like this for it to be a complete hoax.
Right.
Right.
Just a total...
I think Auntie might be right. I think this guy believes what he's saying.
Yeah.
Like believes it wholeheartedly.
There's some truth in what he's talking about, at least.
Uh-oh. I think I accidentally hid somebody.
Hid?
Yeah. Whoops. I didn't mean to. Hold on.
Real Me Too is saying that the glasses, Justin did a members live and we helped pick out glasses. He ordered like 4 or 5 pairs.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, I love those.
Hold on. All right. I can let this play. I have to figure out how I accidentally hid somebody. I didn't mean to.
If you were hid, sorry.
I'm so sorry. I don't know what I did. I just picked my phone up and it hid.
Good to see
Allegedly innocent.
Thanks for coming in.
Okay, we ask her if she's heard about this because this is crazy.
Jules, have you listened to this person that claimed the Derwood person that was on Crime and Shame and Justin and Dolly? Have you listened to this person yet? I would be curious about we're trying to figure out if we believe this person believes what they're saying or if they are pushing a narrative. Our audience is kind of mixed tonight on this.
We are mixed.
Yeah, I'm mixed. I'm not sure what to think of him yet.
Yeah, me either.
I'm still trying to find this person I accidentally hid. I don't know.
Like block them?
Like block them. Did you block somebody, Aunt E?
No, I have not blocked anybody.
Did you block somebody, Mr. E?
No, I haven't.
Okay,
No.
then I totally accidentally blocked somebody. So I'll be working on that while you all talk.
No, I haven't blocked anybody.
I don't know what I did.
Well,
I'm so sorry.
I don't think his name is actually Derwood. That's just like whatever name he's going by. I thought it was like Derwood. I've seen other people spell it Darwood. But he's making the rounds on this case, claiming to be a family friend or maybe related to Malaya, but knows Daniel and Malaya very well. And essentially his story is that there was some kind of abuse going on in the home, according to Malaya. At least that's what she was telling family. The Derwood guy is saying that he thinks that Daniel was just a disciplinarian and that Malaya blew it out of proportion. That, at least that's his point of view. And that Malaya, the morning the kids went missing, walked the children down to the end of the driveway. They got in some car. Derwood thinks he knows who the person was in the car to get the kids out of the situation, but was caught by Daniel's mother, so the step grandmother of Jack and Lilly, and that messed up her whole plan. Am I getting that right?
Yeah, that sounds right. I'm still trying to find the person I blocked.
I found the name. Do you need the name?
I just need the person unblocked. I don't know how I did it.
Most of what Derwood believes
I don't know how to do
is
it.
from Daniel.
Right.
And he kind of leans to be in Daniel's corner. Derwood thinks that the children are alive somewhere. He thinks there's a lot of hope for that. I'm just not quite sure. I'm not quite sure. If I had to guess right now, I would say that Daniel's manipulating Derwood.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know yet. I'd like more. Let's see. So what is
I cannot find
interesting?
them.
Wow. So
Maybe
did the
Real
kids
Miss
actually
B knows
leave,
how to
or the
do
kids
it.
got back out of the car? What Derwood claims is that she was walking back from the street, and that the grandmother comes out, sees her, she acts all guilty, and she's like, well, that was, and then I guess it stuck out in the grandmother's mind later when the kids go missing. And I think, according to Derwood's theory, what he's getting at is Daniel has not known what to think. He's been trying to kind of play along with her story because he wants his daughter back. And so he's trying to navigate his way through, for one thing, he's basically being accused of being an abuser. He doesn't have his daughter. These kids are missing. He doesn't know what's going on. She won't talk to him. So he's tried different tactics of playing along with her story, accusing her, and everything in between. And that's why his story is so nonsensical at times and contradictory. I don't know if that holds water or not. I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
I still can't figure it out.
Well,
I'm so
and-
sorry to the person who got blocked.
I was going to say, you might ask Real Me too if she knows how to unblock someone. What you have the name though, right?
Yeah, it's in. You can see it on there where I blocked
Yeah.
them. I just can't figure out how to turn it
I
off.
went into the settings too. I couldn't figure it out.
Oh, that's a point. That's a good point there. Tanya says the children's father she left from living with him 3 years in. Now she's leaving Daniel. Some people only last so long in a relationship. Is it a trend? It's a good point.
Oh, I think I might know.
And then someone else said that they did see the article about the CPS account of them having an open case prior to the disappearance.
Yeah, it was D White, but I can't find D White in the block list.
Sorry, I just kind of have kept going on with the show. I know you're trying to get that fixed over
I'm
there.
not even listening to a word you're saying.
I know.
Right, Real Me too. She knows the name. She just can't figure out how to unblock them.
Right.
Well, thank you for being here, NHGG. We appreciate you, and we'll look forward to talking to you later and helping your friend out there if we can.
I believe you got the email, so they'll get back with you.
Yeah, Jules, go to Crime and Shame's live from last night. Start around the hour 45, and then you'll. It's like a little over an hour interview. Or we played some clips from it earlier, the ones we thought were the most relevant too. But Crime and Shame did a really good job with it. And I think he was on Justin's. We were playing this tonight because we hadn't seen it yet. So this is his call in tonight, and then he's on Dolly, and I think he's on maybe Crime and Shame again tonight.
I think so.
So he's really making the rounds. So it's one of those things. Is he like he says, somebody trying to keep the kid's story out there, attention seeking, being manipulated, pushing a narrative, genuine? We just don't know.
I really don't know how to fix this.
And Lolo, yes, I can go to the place where it shows the person's name and says hidden, but it won't let me do anything with that when I try to click on it. Did you try from your computer to click on where you did it, where it says hidden?
Yeah, it won't let me. It won't let me do anything. I don't know what in the world I did. I'm so sorry, D White. You absolutely were not meant to be blocked.
We'll figure it out.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, I'll keep working on it. You guys go on. I'll keep working.
Well, we got it. Well, let's play. We're going to play more of Justin here.
Okay,
right?
go. I can do that. Hold on.
Lolo said, click on it and go to the bottom.
I'm going to make Lola. Lola, do you mind if I make you a mod? See if you can help me. Please. Can I do that, Lolo?
Let's see if he says anything else. I want to hear why he gets mad.
You've got to play it at Mrs. E.
I know. I'm adding her as a moderator so she can help me.
Okay.
Thank you, Lolo.
Oh, thank you, Lola.
Okay. I'm ready now. Sorry, guys.
Daniel's another one. Daniel is not a good person at all. He's a soft-spoken young man. He's not aggressive. He's very respectful. I like Daniel. I always did. And I realized, I just had to shut that phone off. People are calling like crazy. I realize, and I don't know if you do or not, but a lot of people, I'm an older guy, and I've been through the mill a little bit with marriage and all that stuff and relationships. And no permanent relationship ever goes perfectly.
No, there's no such thing as a perfect relationship. But
that's exactly right.
But why?
And then when you add a few things.
But why?
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Why do this? Why?
Sure.
Why create this big stir? Like after the RCMP arrived, why didn't she say, "Hey, I just need to get away from Daniel. I don't know how to do it. The kids are here."
You just hit it right on the button. She wanted to get away from Daniel. She didn't know how to do it. And where I was going with what I was just saying to you is there are allegations of abuse in amongst there. And Malaya being so mild-mannered, I believe I don't have to believe.
Abuse from who?
I know she was. Pardon?
Abuse from who?
Well, what do you classify a slap on the arse as abuse? That's the whole question.
Well, so in America, we are allowed, in most states, I think in all states actually, we're allowed to spank with the hand. And that's it. I think it's wrong. I don't think it teaches kids anything, but there are some people that are fine with it.
You just stated my case for me. You're a person that thinks it's wrong, and there's many people, but yet you just said it's legal in parts of the states, and many people think it's right. So it's a difference of opinion, right? You just stated this better than I probably would. So Malaya and Daniel had those two different forms of opinion on it. Exactly what the two you stated. Okay. Now the two kids are not Daniels that are missing now.
Correct.
They were Sullivan's.
Right.
And Malaya had a terrible time with Sullivan. He was very.
Hallelujah. I found it.
How to undo it?
Yes.
Good.
D, I'm so very sorry. I just unblocked you. Sorry. Anything you want to say before I go back?
Well, I'm glad that Justin picked up on where the right question to ask, the why.
Right.
Yeah, but he's still not
But
answering
why?
it. He's still not answering that question.
Mm-hmm.
Abusive, and I think Malaya was still, like, I don't know whether you believe in PTSD, but I think she had quite a bit of it from her previous relationship. And whenever Daniel has a temper, but all he ever does when he has a temper is raise his voice, and that terrified Malaya. You know, whenever they'd have a disagreement, if Daniel raised his voice, it terrified.
Kind of brought those feelings back from her old relationship.
That's right. So what was going on, that was going on, but they had a good relationship. They were getting along very well for a long time. The kids were well looked after. I mean, I know it's just an old trailer, but you've got to understand something else too, that a lot of people live like that down here because the economy's bad. And everybody says about Malaya should have had money for the kids. Well, she had some financial difficulties, and a lot of her money was frozen for quite a while. So,
but he's not getting to the point.
Working the one day a week.
Right.
Mills down here, they closed down in the spring and the fall for road closure.
Is it on purpose?
Or is that just the way he is?
Is he purposely not answering the question?
I don't know. What's Jules think?
It is the question. What was the plan? I get what he's saying. She's meek, non-confrontational. Everyone's kind of said that about her, that she's sort of she's passive.
That was something that stood out to me, that the grandmother said that the last husband's or boyfriend's mom said she was very passive. She was very mild-mannered, and when she disciplined the kids, she never even raised her voice to them.
So I can understand her not wanting to have a confrontation with Daniel and like have a big blow up. She's the type to, I'm just going to run away. I'll just get the kids out. I'm not having the confrontation if that's her thing. But why? Why this way? Why didn't she go with them? Why did she? What was the thinking?
Right.
What was the plan? She has another daughter, Meadow, that's still with.
Right.
Well, and this is something that he did mention yesterday, was they were having some financial strains. Rosebud said, I think it had something to do with the money she may have been receiving to help around there.
Okay. All right. Well, that's interesting. So let's say, was she trying to get the kids out of the house, but still be able to provide for Meadow? Put the other two in a safer situation, make him think they ran away or disappeared. They'd go live with Uncle whoever or some old friend. She'd go visit them. She thinks they're unsafe. I'm just talking it out. Does it make sense?
No, because she'd lose the money, right?
Well, she stays with Daniel.
I know, but the kids are missing. The government's not going to give money for missing kids.
Well, and
give assistance.
Well, not as
yeah,
much.
David and Catherine said she did get baby benefits from the government, but you have to have custody to get the benefits. That, of course.
But this is the question that Derwood won't answer. So is Derwood deliberately getting sidetracked with these,
or does he not have, or does he not have a good answer?
He doesn't have a good answer, but he feels like he knows what happened, but he doesn't know why it happened.
Yeah, maybe.
So he just keeps pushing his narrative. This is what happened. This is what she did, but he doesn't really have an answer for her.
He may not have an answer
for him. Yeah.
And maybe this is just what Daniel's been telling him, and that's not quite right. And he wants to believe Daniel.
Diane, you missed our whole show talk about our favorite TV shows because of the Derwood. That's so funny. Diane says Derwood as in bewitched. Oh, that's funny. And Lolo and Mohawk Bob, if you don't want to continue to be mods, I can take that Rich back if you want. If you want to continue to be mods, have at it. We appreciate you. Just let me know. I'm not going to be offended either way.
Yeah. So Rosebud says she'll still get the money for the baby, but not for the other two. But that takes her out of that situation. Maybe she's willing to give that money up to get out of that situation.
Could be. I mean, there's a lot here to kind of think about on this. And we haven't even gotten to the interviews, and it's already 10:30.
See, something happened. I mean, something happened. These kids did not go into the woods and disappear. Right. None of us believe that. You're not offering. This is just like the Sebastian Rogers situation, where the FBI is not offering a $50,000 reward for Sebastian Rogers because they think he's a runaway, out there roaming across the country. They're offering this $150,000 reward because they believe somebody's got an answer.
Right.
Right. Allegedly,
but I'm not so certain that that's not why this award came or reward came out too.
I mean, it's possible.
I don't think they believe those kids walked into the woods, or you're not doing the reward. They think something happened.
Correct. That's what that says.
They think people hold the answer. Jules says, I have to tell you, a person who says, let me tell you what happened, but they are not there to witness it. That usually indicates deception. Barry Morphew said it, Chris Proudfoot, and Candace
Wells. Yeah.
Yeah. Our audience has largely been leaning on there's something not right with this guy's story.
Like I said, I think he believes himself, but I don't know that he knows the truth.
Yeah. I don't think it's like I don't know. I mean,
you want to continue?
Whatever you all want.
Yeah, you got anything else you want before we?
No, last night I would have said this guy, I mean, he was, I don't know if the real deal is the right thing, but at least I just don't know. I don't know right now. I'm having some doubts that I didn't have going into this.
Me too.
Well, now that he's spoken several times, we can start to shoot holes in what he says as well.
This
just
is
like Justin's graph. Yeah.
Right. I mean, exactly. Detroit Rock City. Just look at Justin's graph. How many times their stories change? Exactly. And Spy says so possible child abandonment.
And that goes back to then why wouldn't they look at their phones and see what they were texting and who they were texting to see? I mean, if someone was texting right at the time that they disappeared, was Malaya on her phone? Yes. Daniel and text. No, she was dozing off. I mean, Malaya said no, she wasn't on her phone. He said she was on her phone.
And Mohawk Mom says, first we get Logan all over TikTok, and now we have Derwood on YouTube. Logan, is that I'm trying to remember. I've heard so many names.
Person.
Is this the cousin?
Something like that, yeah. Somebody claiming to be related.
I guess my problem with the whole thing is if she wanted her kids away from him, she could have sent her kids to the reservation or to someone else in the family, or to the reserve, whatever, or someone else. If she decided she wanted to stay with Daniel and keep the baby and her and the three of them, try to work it out, but she wanted her kids removed from his discipline, then why wouldn't she just have done that? Why wouldn't she just said, I just don't like the way you're disciplining the kids. And I just think it would be better if they lived and stayed here. I mean, I don't really, I know she's mild mannered though. So it may have been a coping thing where she was like, well, I'll just make it look like they disappeared and get them out of here. And maybe she didn't know. And she didn't want to confront him with the information.
And Jules, I said that last night. That was the question I asked him last night when we were listening to this, is why didn't Malaya just tell the cops when she had the opportunity?
Is it because she was so meek and mild though, and she'd already said they were missing, and it just kind of got away from her and got, was like a snowball going downhill. Once she said they were missing,
Okay. Logan is a girl who claims that she's Daniel's cousin. Okay. I assumed a boy. I'm not on TikTok. I mean, we have a TikTok, but we don't look at TikTok. So, and I think we have like 3 videos. So,
yeah. So, I mean, here's the question.
and
right?
hi, Whispering Winds.
Real Me Too says, is she going to risk going to jail and lose all the kids? Doesn't make any sense. She can't hide them forever.
Right.
So, right. So what's this is the same problem we always come back to with Sebastian. If Sebastian is hidden somewhere alive because things got out of control, they thought the story would blow over just to get through the CPS issue.
Right.
What's your end game?
What's your end game?
How are you getting out of that situation? Right. Even worse here. I mean, this situation is actually even worse because you've got the 2 much younger children. Because I've always thought, like with Sebastian, if that case is not solved, and and when he turns 18, that will let you know if there was a plan to come out. Because then would Sebastian be a situation where he walks into a police station somewhere and says, "I'm 18 years old. I'm no longer missing," like has happened in other cases in the past? Will that happen with Sebastian one day? But could that have been their plan?
Right.
And then it got out of control, and they don't know how to get out of it. If they've smuggled him out of the country, like some have theorized. But here you've got a 4 and a 6-year-old.
Right.
How's she getting out of that situation? You can't keep.
And Thought Criminal's got a good point too. I can't buy that BS. Sorry, too convenient. Daniel's mom just missed seeing Malaya put the kids in the car. Right?
I don't know that. Does he say she saw him put them in the car? Or
No. Walking away from the road, I think.
Yeah, I think
he said she just missed them. She was walking back toward the house with her phone in her hand and was acting weird. That's what she said.
Ooh, now that's an interesting thought. Mohawk Mom says, I personally think she got an emergency restraining order against Daniel, and he has people trying to contact her for Daniel. Interesting. Because it has kind of come out of nowhere after 6 weeks. And it's been just kind of rapid fire people coming out. Right. Right. Real Me Too. I said this too. Daniel said his mother was sleeping and only woke up when she heard them yelling for Jack and Lilly. So which is true.
Yeah. And that's completely
all
different
right.
than he said.
Now we're going to have to do a red flags episode.
There's so many problems.
We're going to have to do a red flags episode. I think.
There's a lot of problems here.
777 slot says plot twist. It was Daniel's mom. Could be. Don't know. And then allegedly innocent says, then how do we know they were in the car? See, this is a constructive narrative.
Right. So if this is Daniel pushing this narrative toward the Derwood person, either Derwood is a pawn or going along with it to help, then it could be that.
Oh.
It could be a narrative that Daniel's put out there.
I mean, you guys are making me think. Sergeant King says, phone, thought they had no service in the area. Why would she have a phone in her hand?
This case is wild.
This is.
There's a lot of this that doesn't make sense. When the bio dad's mom was talking, she said she thought the relationship was good, but all of a sudden M changed and said everything was bad. Grandma said that bio dad just said he was done with it at all.
Yeah, he just walked away. I mean, he hadn't seen them in years. He just walked away.
Okay. That's funny, I Spy, but I'm not going to do that.
What's I haven't got. I'm behind in chat. I'll have to read it. Hold on.
That is hilarious, though.
Who said it?
DoorDash.
Right.
Who said it?
You won't understand the joke.
You won't get it.
I'll tell you offline. You won't get it.
Okay.
So this is interesting. Maybe we need to invite Jules over and do a red flag with Jules. She's so smart.
Yeah, if you don't know Jules' channel, she's
Yeah,
very allegedly innocent.
Let's put it in chat. I know you're rethinking everything now, aren't you?
I am.
I can see it happening in real time. I can see it happening in real time.
See what Derwood said today that he was supposed to talk to Malaya, right, and get information that something got messed up. So Malaya's still talking to Derwood even after he goes on the YouTube spree yesterday, basically pointing the finger at her, and she was going to talk to him and give him more information today.
Right.
Why would she do that when she's not talking to anybody? I don't know. I mean, she shut down everybody. So he goes and spills his guts about everything that he thinks is going on YouTube and how he thinks she's involved. And yet today they were supposed to have had a conversation on the phone.
Right.
And she was going to give him some more important information. I don't know. Well, do you want to keep going with Justin? See what else Derwood's got to
I'd
say?
like to see what else he says.
Okay, hold on 1 second. I'm trying to put Jules in chat, but I'll play it.
Your Scotch road closes, and then for the rest of the year, now that mill usually 6 months is a small year, and it usually runs at least 9 months a year full time. So they always get their unemployment renewed every year. And the reason they keep them 1 day a week is if you're a good employee, they don't want you to go somewhere else.
Yeah.
So they pay you the 1 day. They pay you the 1 day a week, and that tops up your unemployment because here in Canada you're allowed to make 25% without them deducting.
Right.
You want me to pause? What?
Right here.
Right where? Oh, you want me to hand you something?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah. Well, so Deception Detective says nobody is talking to Malaya or Daniel. Are people really so gullible? Which card should I pull from the deck here to sort through this? Deception Detective, glad you're here. I think we've been going through a lot of this Derwood person tonight, and trying to kind of sort through what we think of him.
He said any of them.
Any of them. Is he the whole deck? We 52 pick up with the Deception deck for Derwood here. Yeah, our audience has been pretty much in the 60% or not trusting him kind of range. It's tricky with him is he's got a lot of details. And so I think we kind of generally have the sense that he has some knowledge, but there's a narrative being pushed, I think is what we are thinking here. Yeah. Yeah, I think Derwood. Actually, this would be a good one, Dee Dee. You could do
Are you on a DD basis with him? I'm just kidding.
Yeah. It's Dee Dee. Just I did do that. I don't know why. But this is a good one. He's been on several channels. He was on Justin Clutch Them Pearls tonight.
Dolly
yesterday.
Criming Shame
last night. That's the one we did earlier. And I think he was back on Criming Shame again tonight. So a lot of that's detective.
Good one.
Just kidding. Yeah. So I think this might be interesting. I would love to actually hear what you have to say on this guy, because our audience is kind of split on what we think. We are too, to be honest with you. I'm not sure what I think we're trying to figure out is, do we think he's being manipulated by Daniel, or he's part of the hoax himself, or of course if he's coming from a genuine place, I suppose.
Oh, the audience is split. Yes.
Yeah, when we did it earlier, but we've kind of gone through the. I think since we started listening to Justin's, there's been more contradictions in Justin's interview
Absolutely.
than in
Yeah,
the
it's
one on
red
the crime and
flag
shame.
red
And
flag after red
so,
flag.
there were some things like him saying miles instead of kilometer, mispronouncing one of the tribes.
That's
some of the
funny.
Canadians in our audience have been saying, well, there might be some explanation for these things, but
Did you talk about the miles kilometer?
yeah, he
thing?
did he talked about miles instead of kilometers. And then somebody said, well, that's not for an older Canadian. Sometimes they still talk in miles, and but there's been some things that are interesting. Yeah,
Right.
it could be this too. Jules says it could be him looking for his 15 minutes of fame.
5 minutes, according to Jules.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, 5 minutes of fame. So it could be.
But did you see this?
Yeah, so
this is kind of what I was saying
Detective says,
too.
all these people suddenly have info from Daniel right after he did a new interview. Psychics do the same gimmick.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah, we actually haven't even played the
We haven't even
Daniel
gotten that
interview
far.
yet. We got caught up in this, but I think it's interesting. I mean, I think we kind of need to sort through if this guy's got any relevant information or not. The part where I'm getting hung up on him is when the question comes up, why would Malaya walk the kids down to the car to get them out of an abusive situation
Right.
that morning and then allow things to play out this way? And so whenever Derwood gets locked into that corner, he changes the subject. That's basically what's happening.
That's what we
He gets
noticed.
caught up in the sawmill stories and different things. And so he won't quite answer that question, which is the key question. Why would Malaya walk the kids down to the street? Why wouldn't she just leave with all the kids together? What was her end game? And we can't come up with a logical theory,
Read it out loud.
So Deception Detective says, no need. He's a fraud. Debunking liars so much more interesting than spreading their lies. Yeah, I look forward to seeing you do that. Actually,
we just didn't know what to think exactly because I think last night we listened to him on a channel and then we thought it was interesting because he did get very defensive when he was getting called out in chat and was really got really defensive.
He did, yeah.
And he started spouting information quickly, which made us think that maybe he was not being deceptive. Right?
Right.
But listening to him today again and having people in chat say a lot to us or, kind of set off red flags in our minds.
Sure.
We've kind of since changed our thoughts.
Especially with this interview with Justin.
Deception Detective says, anyway, okay, I'll debunk him. I was hoping you would. I can't watch anyone but myself anymore.
Oh, if you teach us the ways, Obi-Wan.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we're not. I think we're not believing his story.
No,
We
believe he believes it, right? Or are we not believing him?
That part of it, I'm actually not sure.
I kind of believe that he is in the area. I kind of believe his son is friends with Daniel. I kind of believe he's got some premise there, and I think he believes what he's saying because he's coming up with this theory of his own. But I don't know that I believe it, that he's anywhere close to right. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
I think he believes it.
It's like the George Costanza. It's not a lie if I believe it.
Yes. Yes.
It's not a lie if you believe it when he's trying to pass the polygraph test.
Right.
Yeah, but here's the thing, and this is true too. Rosebud says, so sad, really getting people's hopes up.
True.
It is. If he's out there just trying to get attention and passing a narrative, then that's really wrong.
Right.
If he's been manipulated into it, then he's just been manipulated.
Well, and another thing that
Right.
Real Me Too brought this up just now. She said, "Why has he come out now?" And today he said that the RCMP won't talk to him, that they won't listen to him now. But
Right. And yesterday he said that he wouldn't talk to them. He wouldn't
Yeah.
tell them what he knew
he wouldn't tell them
because he didn't trust them.
Yes,
did-
and then you've
yeah.
got the whole reward thing that has just come into play as he's come on the scene. There's a lot of red flags with him.
A lot.
Yeah.
He's a walking contradiction. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah. Jules says, maybe his own son caused the problem. Maybe he caused it. It's hard to say. I mean, you know me, I try to stay balanced, but I'm kind of leaning towards I'm not so sure about this guy. Derpstein. Well, do you want to keep going or wrap it up for tonight?
Yeah, because what people said you want to wrap it up tonight?
No, I'm asking.
Do we know how much longer this is with Justin?
I have no idea.
They said he wasn't on long.
Well, he gets uncomfortable and leaves, is what people are saying.
Okay, well, let's listen to that at least. Okay. Okay, let's see.
Off your unemployment. So you get your unemployment, and then you get the 1 day's
So-
pay, which comes out to almost a week's pay.
So my question is, do you think the kids are on the reservation, or do you think someone has them?
Someone has them, and no, I don't think they're on the reservation.
Okay.
And see,
Because,
that's completely contradictory to what he said before.
The reservation will not take that. The reservation, the councils on the reservations will not take those risks.
Bingo. Yes.
Okay. Well,
that's completely contradictory to what he said yesterday.
He said they were on the reservation?
Yes. He said
Jack
that.
and Lilly?
Yes. He said that they were on. Didn't he say that someone picked them up and took them to the reservation? Wasn't that what he said on their show? On the one from yesterday.
Yeah, I think he did say that actually.
And maybe
At the
I
beginning.
believe he did. I believe he did.
Yeah, I
And
think
the
he
thing
did.
is, I don't.
Okay, sorry. I didn't mean to do that.
No, I think he did. I think he did say that. I'd have to go back and listen, but I think you're right.
Okay.
know who anybody would take this much of a risk in holding kids and literally their freedom at stake.
Yes, sir. Now, you're starting to get to a part of the root of the matter. The people that are involved, that I believe I came so close right up to today. I was steaming right ahead. I was getting good information. I was from multiple sources. I know I ran my own excavation business here for 30 years, and I knew 5 years ago I knew just about everybody in the county, and everybody knew me. And I had a good little business going. I was busy as hell, so I knew a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
So once some people around here realized that I was related to those kids, there was people coming to me with little bits of information. And I was using a lot of that information to cross-reference and cross-check from different sources so that, if 3 or 4 different people, or even if I went to see them and asked them questions, nobody minded me asking questions either on the Mackenzie side or on my side. Now, Malaya was the only one. She shut down. But see, I had no access to Malaya for quite a while. I didn't have her phone number. And the Mounties were telling Malaya and Cindy not to speak to anybody. Now, they couldn't order them to, but they suggested to Malaya and Cindy, don't speak. We how do they say it? They never ordered them to, but they suggested that with their investigation, if they spoke to anybody about the investigation.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Malaya and Cindy, they couldn't, but they took the Mounties' advice.
Okay.
Right.
And okay, so that's why Malaya wasn't speaking. Like I said, Malaya's mild.
I can't make out what he's saying.
And that they're very rule-oriented people as far as social rules and the law. They respect the law. They respect the Mounties. They respect government, and that's why they listen to the Mounties. They think the Mounties are a good leading force and a good guide. So they listen to them. Now, my opinion of the Mountie is, and that's another reason I got involved when my cousins asked me to, because the Mounties were doing nothing. So, 6 week mark, I was knowing more. I'm sure I was knowing more than the Mounties, and I was getting so goddamn pissed off about it. That now I've been in contact with the Mounties. I called the major crime unit a few weeks ago, and I had a meeting with them, and I told them a couple of tips that I knew at that point.
Okay, hold on a second.
I can't
Can
understand how they
anybody
know that.
understand anything he's saying? Because I can't.
It's cutting out. And I think they're feeling that frustration on there. But
and hi, Kelsey.
I agree with what Kelsey said, though. The biggest red flag is how how they were coordinating a kidnapping without Ellie tracking the messages or phone calls or the pings of the phone. You should be able to. That should be easily established.
Yeah. I'm going to try to skip ahead a little bit, I guess, because that way we can maybe hear him get angry, or maybe he gets a better signal, because I really can't make out anything he's saying.
What people were saying was he was getting tough questions from the chat that Justin was asking, I think, and then that's when they get disconnected.
Okay, let me just skip.
He
ahead
may
to
actually be
that.
from the area though, because he's got terrible cell service.
Well, that does seem to be a thing there.
Okay, I don't know what to do about that. There was no worldwide attention.
Oh, wait,
But listen, like it's.
And Justin asked tough
I don't
questions
believe they're on the
to get him back
reservation
on
at all.
track.
Okay.
And I don't believe they ever were.
Okay.
See, that's completely contradictory.
Who would end up taking these kids with such a national story and the implications that could follow of hiding? I don't understand why Malaya just wouldn't say, guys, the kids aren't missing. I just needed to get out of there. Our relationship fell apart. I was scared.
Yep.
Right.
That's the normal reaction of a fairly confident person.
You're breaking up now.
Okay. You can hear me now? That's the normal reaction of a fairly confident person. Malaya is very unconfident. Like I said, she's very mild.
I know, but
like
but listen, like it's confident or not, we're over a month into this.
Right.
We're over 6 weeks into this.
Right. 6 weeks. Yeah.
Now, listen, and you're saying about worldwide attention and all that, right?
Yeah.
Well, it wasn't worldwide attention at 7 o'clock in the morning on the first day when there was no attention. There was nobody but
you're still breaking up.
Okay, I don't know what to do about that. There was no worldwide attention when the snap decision was made to ship the kids out of there. You've got to understand this. Malaya is a very passive person, and she decided. Now, for weeks before this, she was telling that family members she was done with the relationship. She wanted to get out of there. She was now.
Allegedly, there's been rumors that, and again, it's alleged. I'm not accusing her of this at all, but that she may have been seeing another person.
No.
Okay,
no.
And
there's so many rumors on here, my friend.
Oh, I know that. Yeah, the bigger the story gets, the crazier it gets.
Malaya just got. They're out in the middle of nowhere.
Right.
And, no, that's not even.
But who picked up the kids on the side of the road?
This is what I needed Malaya for. This is what I needed the meeting with Malaya for today, before her native family cut off our communication.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm pretty sure. I would say 80% sure that I know, but I will not speculate. If I tell you something, you don't know me.
Mm-hmm.
But if I tell you something and I say this is the truth and I know it, I've got very good background on it to know it. I've proven it. I've cross-referenced it. I've looked at it myself and know it. Now, there's some I don't know. 2 weeks ago, there was a lot I didn't know. But gradually, it's getting cut right down to what I do know. Now, the last two things I don't know for 100% sure is who Malaya gave those kids to on the side of the road, who was driving, and there was more than one person in the vehicle. Now, this major crime unit, I talked to the cops, and a couple of the things I gave the cops, one was very important at that time. And I had to go talk to the people myself after that, and they never even interviewed them. They never even checked up on it.
But I mean, they've obviously checked all the cameras, right? They've obviously checked all the cameras where Malaya was, where Daniel was, all of that.
No.
What?
Listen, the cameras that they checked in the community, they're in Lansdowne. The little and it's not a community Lansdowne really. It's just a house maybe every 500 yards, a dwelling every 500 yards for a while, and then nothing. For about 8.5 kilometers, there's nothing to Glengarry Station. Glengarry Station is the prime place where they got the.
I know you're looking at me, so I figured you wanted me to pause.
Well, there he went back to kilometers, and he.
Oh yeah, he did.
And he did yards. Is yards a common metric used by Canadians at all?
I have no idea.
He said,
I've just realized I know nothing about Canada.
I don't know.
I mean, I really don't. I need my new Canadian friends to teach me about Canada. Actually, they're my old friends that I thought were Americans, but they're actually Canadians.
I'll tell you, everybody, we're all over the place on what we think of this guy. There's a
You
lot
know,
of opinions.
he's got a lot of information, and he's got a lot and he knows the area. So I totally believe that he is in the area and he knows the family and he has some information. But do I believe that he's correct? Because he said yesterday with the other ladies that he knew who the car was, who was in the car. Right. And that he let her overhear that. So, and that's when she ran.
That's what he was implying. Yeah.
Yes. And now he's saying he doesn't know who was in the car. And he's saying there was a second person in the car.
Okay. Could this be a situation of somebody getting ahead of themselves a bit?
Because of the enjoyment of the attention.
Correct.
Maybe.
Is that possible? You know what? That's another thing we hadn't even gotten into. We may have to make this a part 2, I think, because it's getting late. But
okay.
No, I'm just saying, Karen mentioned the part about the piece of the pink blanket.
I mean, we could just do it. I mean, yeah.
I know.
Because he's going to be on Criming Shame Tonight. We never even listened to the Dolly stuff. I don't know what he said on there.
Well, see, we're going to get a situation again, like our multiple Chris Proudfoot interviews and things on YouTube. You're going to have all these contradictory statements because I found several just in what he said yesterday and what he said tonight in just a few minutes.
Rosebud says 10:13 still light out. I'm old. I get sleepy.
Yeah,
no, but that's fine. If y'all want to keep going, that's fine.
Oh,
I'm gonna have to use the restroom again because
it's 12:15 where I'm at.
Well, we're not taking into consideration your feelings, wants, or needs.
And Lolo also said it's only 12:13 a.m.
But see, this one, my sister has a certain time she wakes up every single day, no matter what time she goes to bed.
Right.
So
I do. I wake up at 7 every day.
And the Oscar goes to. That's right. That's right.
Who?
Oh,
Derwood.
Well, Kelsey, this is a pretty remote area, so I doubt they do have a lot of traffic cams in this area. That what they were looking at were field cams, and hunting cams, trail cams and
Mhm.
hunting cams that they had out when for hunting. So I don't know that they really have that many cameras on the roads there.
Truth be told, it's 5:14 a.m. for me tomorrow. That's crazy.
In
Wow.
the future.
In the future. We can keep going a little bit longer if you want. I'm fine with that. I just have to go use the restroom again, so you guys will have to stop the video.
We're gonna go ahead and play because yeah, go ahead and play, and then
I'll just play and step
we'll
away.
be back.
Okay.
Cams, where they got access to the cams. Now, I believe there was one or two in the backwoods quite a ways behind the property, but they never got very much camera footage from anything. And okay, I'll ask you a question. It's what it's been, 6.5 weeks.
Yes.
Do you really think that if the Mounties solidly investigated this and know what they're doing, that they'd be dropping 150 grand on it now? Does that not admit to you that, Jesus Christ, we need help? We don't know. We can't prove anything here?
I agree. I agree. They don't have
That's a good point.
what they need.
Nothing. Now that what they have is a lot of suspicion, and I'll tell you where they got most of it was directly from Daniel. But Daniel is you were pretty hard on Daniel as far as flip flopping on some facts.
Yeah, because he's flopped more than a fish.
If you knew how much is in his head, I think you'd forgive him, because he actually knows a lot more than what he's trying to say. There's a lot more to that.
But no, but listen, you can't say the thing about it is like you know, he's saying, you know, he got up and then he was asleep, then she was asleep, and just so many different stories, right? He's saying, you know, that he knows that Malaya is terrified. Investigators are close. That she knows that if Malaya stayed there, she would have cracked and all of that. And it's you know, you just don't. Sometimes it's better to just be quiet. You know what I mean? Like, I would refer him to just be quiet, to be quite honest with you. Because I don't think, I mean, the RCMP might like it. I mean, after the interview that he did the other day, and then, you know, they'll know if it was him last night in, you know, on the internet or what. And if it was him, I'm sure the RCMP are going to be either hung up on me or or we broke up. We were having a little connection issues, so we'll see if he calls me back. Let me see. He might have hung up on me. I don't know. Okay. Whoop. Okay. I think he thinks he's still on the line with me. Mute one sec.
Had to scroll over to Mrs. E's computer there. So I'm assuming that was the end of the interview with Justin. Yeah, so Lolo says he never called back. Yeah, so not angry, but maybe
you could tell he did not like it when Justin started, you know, kind of doing all the talking there at the end, because he wanted to talk. He was really wanting to give that information and really wanted to talk. And when Justin started questioning him about, you know, it would be better for Daniel just not to say anything, then he got quiet. And it may have been that he was cut out. You know, he was having reception issues, but.
Okay, I'm back.
Yeah.
I don't know. Okay,
yeah,
I'm gonna take my little break right now while you all are.
Well, I'm back.
Well, we finished the Justin, at least. We could wrap up for the night.
Well,
and,
this is like one of the longest streams where we're not reading documents.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you would forgive him was kind of weird. Yeah, I think I might be leaning this way. I think he might be just enjoying the attention.
Did we finish the other phone call?
Uh,
What other phone call?
I don't know. Did he? Yeah. So Mohawk Mom says he tried to call him back several times, and yeah, and so we haven't even listened to Crime and Shame, but we'll probably check that
I
out
think they're still
tomorrow.
live.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't want to like
Yeah, we don't
strip
want to do
snipe,
that.
kind of
Yeah.
thing. We might look at that tomorrow and figure out if we're gonna, because we also want to do the we haven't done the grandmother's interview or the latest interview that Daniel's done on our channel.
Yeah.
So at some point we'll do another Jack and Lilly live stream and go into that, and plus try to sort through what we think of Derwood. It's tough. I mean, when you have these situations where maybe he's a meaning well kind of guy. Kelsey says, "Did Dee Dee give up on us?"
I think so. I think he wanted us to use our deck to expose, and we disappointed him, and he left us.
Well, I think he probably realized that he had some great material to work with.
He's going to make a video.
He's making a video.
I hope so.
That'd be my guess. It might be posting here within the hour. I think that's probably what happened. He realized he needed to go start doing some research on this guy.
Yeah.
And I'll be interested, of course, to see what Deception Detective has to say.
Of course.
About it. So
He's a great
be
guy.
fun to watch.
Yeah, and this is how rumors get started, right?
Which rumor?
Well, I mean, him going around and making a flurry on all these different channels.
Well, and then not giving the same story every time he talks. I mean, what he said last night and what he said tonight on Justin were different. I mean, he said that they were on the reservation, that they were taken to the reservation.
Hey, Kelsey.
We're
up late tonight.
And then tonight he said, no, they were not taken to the reservation. I mean, I'm positive because I heard that because my first thought was, okay, wonder what the restrictions are for the police to look there. I wouldn't have thought that had I not thought that's where they were.
He did. He said it toward the beginning of theirs. I had to think about it, but he did say it that way. And then he changed it.
Oh, okay. Chit chat. Hi, Chit chat.
Derwin.
So Derwin said he was on Justin's and thought that Justin was being argumentative. He explained how the call dropped but did not want to go back.
Oh.
And Justin wasn't being argumentative. He was just questioning the validity of what he was saying.
Yeah, Justin's,
Yeah.
I mean,
he was just asking the questions we all have.
Right.
Basically, why would Malaya do this? And why would somebody help her facing major crimes? I mean, okay, let's say your cousin Bob and you've helped. Hey, and you're like, hey, my kids are in a dangerous situation. I need to get them out of the house. I'll help you. I'll pick up the kids tomorrow morning. I'll be there at 8.
Make sure they're outside or whatever.
I'll take them to my house, and when you're ready to get out of there, we'll meet up, and you'll get the kids, and everything will be whatever. But as soon as it becomes like national news that these kids are missing, you're not keeping those kids in your house.
You're going to go to the police and say, I had
whoa,
them.
Whoa, there's a big misunderstanding.
Yeah.
I've got the children. They're okay.
Right.
It was all, Malaya knows I have them. She was scared, Daniel, whatever. You're not housing these children facing years of prison.
Right.
So the story doesn't make sense. And when Derwood gets cornered, he can't explain it.
And what does Judge Judy say?
If it doesn't make
sense, it's probably not true.
Not true. It doesn't make sense. So either Derwood knows the story doesn't make sense that he's trying to push, or he bought Daniel's version of the story.
Hook, line, and sinker.
Hook, line, and sinker. And now he can't, when he's got cognitive dissonance when pressed.
It's possible.
And can't. And so he's like, well, why are you arguing with me? when confronted with reality that
Because-
he wants to believe.
Right. Well, I was going to say he believes he knows the truth.
He might. He might. Maybe that may be it. There's problems with this.
Yeah, there's definitely problems. And it does sound like it's coming from, he might be somehow related to Malaya's mother's side, because he said he named the family side that was on the reserve, and it was her last name. So I assume that's her father's side that's on the reserve. And so
Right.
if he's related to Malaya, it's on probably the mother's side. And she supposedly she didn't have a great relationship with the mother. Is that correct? Do we know that? That Malaya didn't have a good relationship with her mother.
But that's how I thought that's who she was like.
I did
staying-
too.
Yeah.
I did too. But supposedly that has been mentioned. But anyway, it sounds like to me that his connection is more with his son, who's best friends with Daniel. Is that right, Daniel? Is that his name, Daniel?
The stepfather?
Yes.
Daniel, yes.
Yeah,
Daniel.
yes. Okay. So his son is best friends with Daniel. They work together. So he gets all the information about work. He knows all about that. He's very detailed about his working habits, about working at the mill and why it was one day a week, and that he got unemployment for the other days because it was downtime, blah, 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 blah. He knows all of that stuff intricately. So he knows Daniel's side of the story completely.
Right.
He's trying to get Malaya's side of the story by talking to her, and she won't talk to him.
Right.
I mean, it just sounds like to me he's pushing a narrative that Daniel is not involved, and that Malaya is the one that orchestrated the whole thing. That's what it sounds like. He's pushing that narrative completely, and he can't substantiate it because he doesn't know why she would do that. But that's his theory, and that's what he's pushing. And I think that's all it is it's his theory, because he's on Daniel's side of the story. I mean,
that's a good point too. The idea that they would let hundreds of people search in miserable conditions, knowing that the kids aren't there, is horrible. It is.
It is because someone could be killed searching. They said the woods were treacherous and they were dangerous. And so, I mean, you could have someone that could accidentally get killed.
Sorry, Derwood. I personally would have bailed on a relative like Daniel the first time the story changed.
Well, that's, and, like I said, haven't had a chance to watch Justin's until we watched it just now. But, just Justin's graphic on there showing how many times the story's changed is kind of telling too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and we haven't even watched the interview yet.
Right, I know.
The big one. We haven't.
It's
I haven't
long
watched
too,
it.
right?
No, it's like 10 minutes or whatever.
Which one?
Do you want to watch it?
No.
Which one?
Yeah, it's a 10-minute interview.
The one with Daniel or the one with the grandma?
The one with Daniel's 10 minutes, the grandma's 8.
The grandma, though, gives you really no significant information. I mean, it's interesting. I found it very interesting, but it really doesn't give you anything significant.
Right, Karen, that's exactly right. He's playing both sides. Why? You tell the cops, you tell on your own family who you're acting like you have firsthand info. Weird and typical. It is. It's strange.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. Sorry.
Mohawk's like, yes, you want to watch it. Is that subliminal messaging?
At least 3. Detroit Rock City, at least 3.
That's subliminal. That's unfair. That's unfair. I've had a lot of coffee. I can do it. I was just trying to wrap it up for my dear sweet sister, who I know is tired.
You can go if you want.
Look at
to,
her.
you know?
She's exhausted.
You could go.
She's about to pass out. She won't go if we're still going. You know she won't.
I'm good. I'm not dozing yet. It's only been 4 hours.
It's a marathon tonight, right?
It's only been 4 hours, and she doesn't get a dime of it.
Not a dime.
Not a dime.
Do you want to do it? I mean, I've got it pulled
Clearly
up.
you do. So go
Yeah,
ahead.
let's do it. I haven't
Let's go.
seen it.
Let's go.
It's been
Can you make
6
it
weeks now
wait?
since
Can you do me a favor and make it big so I don't have to see
Oh,
the other
the other
videos?
stuff.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, how cute are they?
I know.
I know they are cute.
Oh my gosh.
You know, that's the thing with the Derwood too. It you want to believe it.
Right. I think
Because-
that it gave me hope.
I know.
Yeah,
That's what this whole
you
episode
did.
was
I
supposed
know.
to be
And
about.
I think that's exactly what it is you wanted to believe it. You wanted to jump on the train because it's a chance that they're okay.
Right.
Right.
So we all want to believe there's a scenario,
Right.
but it's just hard.
Mm-hmm.
you've seen Lily and Jack, I just want to ask, how are you holding up?
It's been a long 6 weeks. I know that everybody basically in the world at this point is always wanting to know like what happened. It's been from sadness to anger at this point. And I know the RCMP and major crimes are working around the clock trying to piece everything together, and I'm grateful for that. But it always leaves the question, 6 weeks has gone by, and we know at this point they're not in the woods. And where are they?
Did you feel in the beginning that they suspected you?
Of course. The stepfather was always a prime suspect right off the beginning.
You felt that from the beginning?
Yeah.
But you don't feel that now?
No, I don't feel that at all. I asked for the lie detector exam, the polygraph exam. I gave them my phone. I told them I do drug tests because there's a lot of rumors online about a drug party. Mm-hmm. I know the person that said those rumors, and it was just to take the heat off themselves.
Was there any kind of party?
No.
Was there any kind of gathering that
No.
someone might have thought was a party?
No.
There were no people at the house?
No. Not the night before.
Okay, you mentioned you offered to take a polygraph test.
That's
Yeah.
a qualifier.
Did the
Not the night before. That's a
Yeah.
qualifier.
Not the
Yes.
night before.
Mhm.
Yep.
And
Not
also, real quick, I just saw something really important in chat.
Oh, I'm not.
Oh, Auntie can read it.
I love how considerate you are of your sister. My sister and I are not close like that. You might as well mark it down because it doesn't happen often.
Oh, stop it. I am a considerate person.
So the rumor was that the party was Wednesday or Thursday before they
Right,
were gone
which wasn't
Friday.
the day before.
But they
Right.
had they came out and confirmed a sighting of the children on Thursday, right?
On Friday. On
No, they-
Friday. Wasn't
no,
it Friday?
Well, they were missing Friday.
Right.
Oh, where did it?
The rumor was Wednesday.
Rumor was Wednesday.
Okay, and Shauna says Thursday.
Thursday's when they were seen.
Right.
They were
That's
n-
right. That's
yeah,
right. That's
and they
right.
were
That's
listed
right. That's
missing
right.
on
That's right.
Friday.
Yeah.
take you up on that?
Yes, it did.
And how did that unfold?
That unfolded in my favor. They obviously know I wasn't lying about anything.
So they said, yep,
In
great,
my
thank
favor.
you, come in
Yeah.
for a polygraph test.
Yeah, it took a little while to set up, and
When did you do that test?
I don't know the exact date, but that would be at least 3 weeks ago, probably.
So roughly 3 weeks after the disappearance.
Yeah.
And I think most Canadians wouldn't have any idea what's involved with that. Can you describe the process? You go in and just tell us right from the start.
We go in, sit down in a big comfy chair, and they have multiple sensory pads. You have them underneath your forearms, you have them underneath your butt, and you have them underneath your feet with your shoes off. You have a sweat gland on one finger. You have a measuring instrument for blood flow that goes in and out of your hand. And you have a cuff on your arm for blood pressure to measure your pulse.
Were you nervous?
Yeah, I was extremely nervous. Especially with the first question they asked you, did you kill Lily and Jack?
That was the first question they asked you.
Yeah. Yeah.
What went through your mind when someone's asking you that question so point blank like that?
Your mind has a massive release of chemicals, I guess you would call them. Just,
Are you seeing what I'm seeing?
What are you seeing?
Smiling.
Oh.
The duper's delight. Yeah. It's like it's like he likes the attention.
I don't know.
You know, the thing is, if you knew, if the police came in and to my door right now and said, we want to give you a polygraph because we think that you may have unalived your husband.
Mm-hmm.
If I knew that I didn't do it and I had no involvement in it, I would not be nervous. I could have 50 FBI agents around me and me sitting in a chair and them asking me questions. If I knew in my soul I didn't do that, I wouldn't be nervous.
Right. Butterfly kisses. That's a good point.
That's how I feel.
I mean, what would you feel? Would you be nervous?
Yeah. Yeah, I'd be nervous because I know polygraphs aren't accurate. If I were taking a polygraph, I would be nervous that it would pick up the wrong thing.
I wouldn't.
I could see that.
I would be nervous.
Well, and maybe he was, but I wouldn't be, because I know that if they asked me that and I had absolutely nothing to do with it, I would be like, oh no.
I don't think you. I don't. I was going to say
anything?
you don't get nervous, and
I don't think you.
I
have
don't think you
nervous.
would. I don't think you would think that way. You would think it would have to be right. That it couldn't possibly be wrong.
You're not a nervous person anyway.
You're a confident person. You know.
Well, I mean, I just know that if I didn't have something to do with something and someone asked me, that my emotions, nothing's going to make me read falsely because I didn't do it.
I thought it was bizarre that he described the polygraph too.
She asked him to, though.
Oh, well.
Yeah, she wanted to know what it was like, and he told her in detail where the sensors were and all that.
Yeah.
See, it would. It's like what Rosebud said. I wouldn't care if I knew I was innocent. I wouldn't be the least bit concerned about the questions they asked me. I would be more than willing to give them every bit of information and answer anything they said if I knew I wasn't involved.
I'm not sure I would be nervous. I wouldn't have thought about it getting a bad read. Me personally.
Oh yeah.
I don't think I would be nervous. I don't think nervous is the way I would describe it. Anxious.
I mean, Teresa said innocent people have failed and guilty people have failed.
Right.
But I just don't see an innocent person that's completely innocent failing it if they're just relaxed and confident in their answer.
Good point, Mohawk.
And innocent people go to prison sometimes.
Right.
So I would be if I thought I were being targeted, I'd be nervous because even if I were innocent, because I know that sometimes people just want a case closed.
Yeah,
it happens. So I would be nervous if they were looking at me at all. But I may not
I'm right
be like
there with
everybody
you.
else.
I had dreams about Sebastian. Yeah.
It's like your stress levels just astronomically through the roof, and your body doesn't know what to do because it's not every day the way you're hooked up to machines in an interrogation room where someone asks you questions like that.
What other kinds of questions did they ask you?
All the questions pertain to the death of Lillian J. Are you accessory to the murder of Lillian J? They were all.
So all of the questions assumed that the children are no longer alive?
Yeah.
There were no questions at all about, did you take them somewhere? Could
No.
they be somewhere?
No.
That's interesting.
The police have done a number of polygraph tests. They've done 53 formal interviews. Do you know who these people are?
Yeah.
That's a lot
Half
of interviews.
the town.
It is a lot of interviews. A lot of them are my family, people that live in the area. And those interviews, typically my interview was 4 hours. And a lot of the interviews from my family were 1-2 hours. So there's a lot of time taken up and they ask detailed questions.
Do you know who else actually took a polygraph test?
I mean, I do, but I'm not going to say anything that's going to impede the investigation.
Okay. When did you find out the result of your test?
Immediately right after.
What did they say to you?
You did a good job, you passed.
And how
The face.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What?
I don't know.
He's just got kind of a.
I think he's happy. He's proud of himself.
Okay, sorry guys. I guess Chris Watts did not pass the polygraph.
Okay. So Karen says, I believe Daniel because the first question shocked him. He is not guarding his body, hands in his lap, legs open. This is his baseline.
Oh.
Yep. Well, here's what deception detective would tell you on stuff like that.
Oh,
though.
okay.
What if he's aware of those things? You know, like what if he's aware of the body language readers, and he's like, I know if I kind of sit in this certain position, I look relaxed and
He's not smart enough
open.
to know that stuff.
I don't think so either.
No, this all caught them by surprise too much, and he would not have had time to study that and thought about that. I don't think that that's even a possibility. But one thing that Mohawk Mom said made me think that I know they always do baseline practice questions, always.
Yeah.
Why, unless this is a tactic, why would they out of the gate give him the question they want the answer to first? They never do that. That would be a great question to ask someone that's administered these types of tests, because I've never heard of them not doing baseline questions.
That's a good point. That's a really good point.
Well, maybe they were just trying to catch him off guard.
Joanne McNeil. Yeah. What's with the smiling? I don't know.
And that's something else. Truth be told, said he's smug looking. He does look smug. He's confident. He's smug, for sure.
Well, but again, what Mr. E is saying is that he's proud of himself for passing, right? Could that be?
I don't know. Maybe.
Oh, Real Me Too, who I trust, says that would not be the first question.
I totally agree. And Joe Neal said the same thing. He said, good polygraphers make the subject as comfortable as possible because they want an accurate test. They always give them baseline questions. Is your name so-and-so? Do you reside at da-da-da-da-da? Did you go to such and such high school?
Rosebud, that's so funny.
I know, no kidding.
Let me be crystal clear. I passed the polygraph. That's funny.
Why would they tell him the truth right away about passing?
Hello, hindsight.
Oh, hindsight.
The only reason I could,
your live was great.
The only thing I could think of as to why they would do that is to totally catch him off guard. But
Jules, to Callie, maybe that was he meant the first real question.
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah,
that's possible.
Okay, you want to keep going?
Oh, and Andrea says, I'm studying law in college, and they would lead up to that question. I agree.
Right. All right.
How did that feel?
Good.
And did you feel that there was any further suspicion on you after that point, or was that sort of conclusive?
No, that was really when I seen the turning point for it's starting to taper off with investigators.
Do you know if Malaya has taken one?
I don't know if I can say it, but I will anyway. Yes, she did take one.
Okay, she took one. Do you know the result?
No. RCMP wouldn't let tell me I asked.
You said you feel like everyone in the world wants to know what happened to Lily and Jack.
Yeah.
Why do you think that is? Why do you think this is getting so much attention?
Well, just the mysterious and nature of everything and how strange everything is. The RCMP, you know, I mean, they have to keep a tight lip on everything, but there's a lot more that meets the eye with the case.
Is there something that you think?
Okay, there's a lot more than meets the eye in the case. Well, what would he know?
Good question.
What would he know?
I think the public doesn't know that you can share, that you want the public to know?
That's a hard one because I don't want to impede the investigation in any way. It is still a missing persons investigation. It hasn't pivoted to any type of criminal investigation. But the kids were seen the day before. I know a lot of people didn't know that. I still see a lot of stuff online that the kids could have been missing for days. They were out of school for days, and they were seen in the Glasgow area on camera the day before the disappearance in the afternoon.
Where was that?
I don't know if I can say that, but it was near the Highland Square Mall.
Was it with you?
It was with me, Malaya, and Meadow, and Lily and Jack were there too.
And are the police aware of that?
The police were aware of that since.
Do they have that video?
Yes, they do. I also talked to my coworker in the parking lot as well, and he verified that with investigators as well. So, for all the speculation, they were gone days ahead of time, or they were seen the afternoon on camera before the disappearance.
So it's a. Why are we caring about the speculation online?
Well,
My phone
Sorry,
was gonna.
sorry, I answered you.
Sorry, was going to try to answer that question for me. Oh my God! Is someone handing out a playbook for these people in these situations? Right, man. This case is really similar. But why does he care what? It's like, haha. They were seen on camera the day before, so all you that didn't know,
Yeah, it's like, haha. He's saying he doesn't want to impede on the investigation, doesn't want to tell anything, but yet then he tells it. So, like that she took a polygraph and he didn't know the results and things he wants people to know, and then he was like, well, we were at this near the such and such mall. Well, that means they were at the mall. I mean, how hard is that to figure out? He's very concerned. Me too says it. Very concerned about what people think. He is. He's obviously online. He's obviously paying attention to what's being said.
Yeah, I think so too.
And because of that could be how this person Derwood just showed up.
Derwood, the enforcer.
The informer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Aw, Backwoods Gal became a new member. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Backwoods Gal.
I think you're our first member tonight. That's awesome. Thank you so much.
We
Welcome.
Appreciate it. Thank you
Well,
very much for that.
Did he say I passed it, or was that the word he used? He didn't say I passed it. He said it was in my favor.
Yeah.
And then later on he said.
He did say, okay.
Yeah.
Let's keep going. Come on.
All right. Sorry.
I know there's a lot going on
just
here.
Reading chat.
Why do you think the police are asking for video dating back, days before that?
Well, the reason for that is they want to see the traffic of the vehicles on the roads in the area, right? Maybe vehicles that were traveling that area a lot over the last few days prior to hand, or vehicles that weren't seen in the area, or vehicles that were seen in the area, like local people that are, making frequent trips past the house, or which it's all considered evidence. I mean, the more pictures and videos is the better.
They say they have hundreds of hours of video.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know if they found anything on those videos?
I think it was up to 2 weeks ago, they had footage that they examined for evidence that was 8 kilometers diameter out from the house. So that was after a month. That's how long it took to get footage and review it 8 kilometers out. So
but what's on the video?
I don't know. I'm only limited by what they tell me.
How often are they in touch with you?
Investigators now, I'd say maybe once every 5 days. And usually I'm the one who calls or messages them.
And how has that changed over the course of the 6 weeks?
Well, from the beginning, it was almost daily, tapering off to where it's only like once every 5 days now.
And how do you feel about that?
It's good and bad. I mean, I like to talk to them in person about any little small details I come up with or anything I can try to bring to their attention which may help the investigation. So I don't get to see them often, so it's always over phone or messaging, and it's hard to really convey what you want to say when you're not in person. But then I also know the eye's not on me. The investigators don't see me as part of the disappearance.
How do you know that?
Well, when you're going from daily to tapering off every 5 days, I mean, I've already gave them everything on my phone. I'm the one who originally said, here, take my phone. We'll go through all my banking information. We'll go through all my stuff on my GPS from Google.
And you were offering all that up right from
Yeah,
the
I
beginning.
offered everything.
And why were you doing that?
To show them that I want to get the investigation moving. I know I have nothing to do with any of it. A lot of speculation is you killed the kids. We'll just come out and say it straight as it is.
What do you think when you read that?
Is it? Is that true?
I mean,
I don't think that that's been the
I
leading
didn't feel like that,
speculation.
but I did hear people. I've heard people go that route.
Well, I think he would think that would be speculation because he's the step parent. His child didn't disappear. The other two did. I think maybe he has a chip on his shoulder, or he believes that people think that he is, but I don't know that anybody's really said, "Oh, it has to be him."
I've heard some stuff here and there.
Oh, well, I've
there are
heard
people.
some
There
things.
are certain people that go right to that, and so I don't.
I mean, I guess if like 3 people even accused you of that, it would seem like a lot.
Well,
Right.
yeah.
But I don't think that that's been
we
the
were.
leading.
We've been trying to be really fair. So I don't.
Right now, I still don't know what happened here. Like, I
Mm-mm.
don't really have a great handle.
I don't
on
have a
this
good
case.
theory at all.
He's saying some stuff that bothers me because I've heard it before.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
that's the problem. That's the problem.
Yeah.
He seemed to know a lot about what to do if a child goes missing.
Right. But him being so eager to hand over his stuff, that reminds me of Seth. Seth was like, take everything, do whatever you got to do.
That's true. That's true.
Or, I mean, or is it take everything because you're not going to find anything?
Yeah, because I had a burner phone that I used, and
I don't, you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I'm still on the fence, guys. I know you don't want me to be, but I'm on the fence.
Oh no,
I'm talking about chat.
Yeah, I'm on the fence on him.
I'm on the fence.
I think he knows more than he's saying, but I don't. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay,
Well,
let's finish it.
Okay, I was gonna say let's finish it up, but I had another thought.
Go for it. You want to go ahead?
No, go ahead.
I just think I just find it hard to believe that they would only ask him questions about their deaths. I mean, they don't say, "Were you involved in the disappearance?" Just the questioning. I mean, it's nothing. It's straight out the gate. They're gone. They're deceased. I don't know. I just think it's odd that that's the only option that's being talked about.
What if they have some evidence that they are deceased?
Right, but
and not putting it out there.
Yeah, maybe they do, but I don't know. I just feel like that's the only thing that they're considering at this point.
Or they, when he was telling that story, my thought was they were just trying to shock him and catch him off guard.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you
coming,
have
you
an
know,
opportunity. You would ask him all the questions.
yeah.
You know what I mean? You might come out of the gate trying to shock him, but you would ask all the questions.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
That troubles me.
Just to elicit a different response.
and the truth be told says this too. And I was thinking this as well, but we all know that the police will ask for the phones.
Right.
So, you know, it is kind of like, hey, I was like, hey, take my phone. Well, if he knows anything about anything, he knows his phone's going to be confiscated anyway.
I don't know. I feel like the questioning doesn't make sense to me at all. You would not just ask, did you do this to them? Exactly, Rosebud. They wouldn't just ask him questions about their death. It just seems like that doesn't make sense to me at all.
All right, well, there's just a few seconds of this left, so let's finish
This up.
Yeah.
Because I'm starting to hit my wall. I'm getting that sleepy eyes.
You got 50 seconds?
Yeah. Let's do it.
It's a lot of nonsense, obviously. I know the truth. I didn't kill Lily and Jack. And I just think a lot of people online they're seeking drama. That's the main thing. Everybody's allowed their own opinion, like I said before, but it's hard on the people that were actually there and missing the children. Still haven't got to see any of my kids, including Lily and Jack. And that's been really tough, going from a family of 7, including my other 2 kids that live in Halifax now. Going from a family of 7, in the blink of an eye, your family's ripped apart and you're left alone.
That was genuine.
And
that was genuine. He was hurt. You could see that.
And another thing I noticed with him, he's very relaxed in this interview. He's sitting back, he's very, just very relaxed. And I will tell you, there is not one interview with Sebastian Rogers' case with Chris or Katie that they look relaxed. Ever. Ever. Oh, yeah, that was good.
That was a good interview.
That was really good. But he just looked very, just like, he was confident. So I don't know.
Yeah, that's the thing, is even with his first interviews, that I was on the fence there too, because he would say things that were weird, and then he would say things that seemed very genuine. I don't know. I'm all over the place on this one.
There's still a lot to think about with this case. Yeah, I'm nowhere close to a theory yet.
Oh, that's a good point. I've never seen Seth look relaxed.
No,
never have.
No, this guy looked really relaxed though. He does. I mean, he's just like laid back. He's like super relaxed.
That's a good point.
Mohawk said green leafy stuff is legal in Canada.
That's true.
So maybe he did that before the interview.
Andrea says he's only focused on death. That's true.
Well, according to Derwood, he's not been using anything for over 2 years.
Oh, that's right.
That's Derwood.
But some people that are addicts don't count that. Just so you know.
Well, yeah, for harder, yeah.
Right, Detroit. Oh, sorry.
Thought Criminal says, and don't forget, we can only focus on him because Malaya won't even talk.
Right. Now go to Detroit.
And then Detroit Rock City says, is he not allowed to see his other kids for a reason?
That's a great question too.
He never really said he couldn't see them. He just said that he was a family of 7 and it was all ripped apart.
Well, we know he can't see Meadow for whatever reason.
Well, and it may be because he is part of under investigation and they won't let him see the other kids until he's cleared. It could be something like that.
I'm not going to start naming names, but I think we all know there's somebody else that we've seen be very confident in interviews that we don't necessarily believe is telling the truth.
Right. But I don't ever recall him being just laid back and just chilled out. And his posture, his hands, he just looked calm. He was poised and confident with what he was saying.
Yeah. I don't think we're going to hear from the mom at all. I really don't. And that's very telling to me as well.
Because as a mom, I would just be wanting to scream from the rooftops.
Real Me Too says Daniel said he had supervised visits coming up on another interview.
Daniel's eyes are not red and puffy like Seth's.
And thoughtful criminal.
I thought they were a little red.
CP doesn't come across as genuine though at all. I agree.
I agree with that
No, it
too.
doesn't.
I agree with that too. I don't know if it's a lot for us to think about. I think maybe we should sleep on it.
Yes.
That sounds good. We'll sleep. We'll sleep on it. Well, it was an interesting live. I think
I know this is fun.
I think we went in thinking Derwood. I think we might have. I don't know. I think we went in initially thinking Derwood was kind of like had some pretty solid information, and then as we kind of,
I was feeling very confident about stuff until Deception Detective came in, and then I felt like I know nothing.
Stupid. I kind of felt stupid after he came in.
No, I we just respect him so much. So
he's great. He's great.
He's great. I love his videos. I don't miss
Well,
him.
and I like it because he's really short and to the point on and he's just very articulate.
Have you? Whoops. Uh-oh, I lost my screen. Have you ever watched his stuff on JonBenet?
I have not.
It's great.
Yeah.
On the Ramses.
That would be one I would love to watch it, him break down because that's such a fascinating case.
Mm-hmm. He does a lot with the brother, which is it's really interesting. It's really and his McCann stuff is really good too. So
oh yeah, I'm sure it is.
But anyway, well, let's wrap it up for the night because this is the longest live we've done in months.
Sorry.
It's been a long day for her.
Oh my gosh.
Sorry,
love,
Romy
you did
too.
not have to stay with us. Oh my stars. But you are such a good friend and we appreciate you so much. And thank you to everybody who hung out with us tonight. I think we're going to wrap it up because I'm going to insist on it. Just kidding. We appreciate all of you guys. And Andrea, oh my gosh, our first time here. Well, we are happy that you spent the night with us. We know you guys can spend your time anywhere, and we appreciate you spending the night with us.
24-hour stream. Keep it going.
One more time.
Yeah, our son was telling us about people who do live streams like with their sleep. Real quick, this is funny. And he said that people will do super chats because they are attached to a noise and it will like a really loud noise and it will disturb the guy while he's sleeping.
Oh my gosh.
And people will super chat just to disturb his sleep.
Oh, that's great. He's
Isn't
rolling
that
in
funny?
it, I bet he's rolling in it because they're doing it probably every time he falls asleep.
What a nightmare. No, thank you.
The thing is
I
if we did
would
it,
be that desperate for money that I would have to do
gosh,
that.
that's terrible.
if we did that with you, though, you wouldn't wake up. You wouldn't hear the sounds.
If people will do it just to stop my snoring.
Right?
You know? Yeah.
And I saw Sharon Marlowe. You need to be sleeping, Sharon
Yeah.
Marlowe.
Sorry we kept everybody up so late. We didn't mean-
Yeah, that's not like us. So I'm not so sure about that stream tomorrow. I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
We are definitely going to try to go live tomorrow and do a recap for the week. And
We'll talk a little P. Diddy, Karen Reed.
we have to talk Tyler Perry.
Tyler Perry. We'll do some Tyler.
We have to because I'm fascinated.
Yeah, we'll update some of the big ones that have been going on this week. Looking forward to doing it that way. It'll be interesting, different.
Well, like I said, we appreciate all you guys hanging out with us in chat and all of our subscribers and members. We appreciate you guys so much. And like I said, you can be anywhere and you're here and we appreciate that. And we don't take that for granted. And thank you for all the super chats and memberships and everything and super stickers.
And if you hadn't had a chance to go out and like our broadcast, please like us, subscribe before you leave.
Thank you so much. We appreciate everybody.
Sharon Marlowe gives the seal of approval on Tyler Perry. We're definitely talking
we'll
about
talk
it. It's
Tyler
fascinating.
Perry, but that'll be interesting if you haven't seen that.
Real Me Too. I am headed to bed.
Aw, Detroit
thank
Rock
you, Detroit Rock
City. You're so sweet.
Thank you.
Well, we love you guys too. And you all have a wonderful night. And thank you to our moderators who hung out with us and our new moderators that helped us out. And again, sorry, D White, that I couldn't unblock you for like a half hour. So you all have a great night.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
We remember you. We remember you. Ooh. We're still here for you. We'll shine a light for you.